want to warmly and very specially welcome you to the Sensitization workshop on Nigeria's Rebased GDP and the Consumer Price Index. Before we start, please, I'll crave your indulgence for us to all stand as we recite the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem as our opening prayer. Thank you. Media, are we ready? Because I'm not sure everyone here has fully acclimatized to the national anthem. Okay, so which means if we put this to a test, the media won't. Okay. All right, so in 3, 2, 1, media, are we ready? Our own dear native land, no tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. A peaceful battle honor, and this we count as gain. To ride unto our children, a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you all so much. We may have our seat. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Once again, I very warmly and specially welcome you to this sensitization workshop hosted by the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, CSEA, in collaboration with the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria. For those who might not be firmly familiar with CSEA, CSEA is a non-profit think tank that is dedicated to conducting rigorous evidence-based research for policy making. This all-important event today will start almost immediately as soon as we receive the SG in. So I'll quickly run us through the program of events today. So after now, we'll have a welcome address by the Executive Director for the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa. And then we'll have the special remarks by the Statistician General of the Federation, who has very well joined us now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we warmly recognize the presence of the Statistician General of the Federation, who has just joined us. Please, a round of applause, please, for the SG. Thank you so much. We're honored by your presence. Okay. So after the welcome remarks by the Executive Director of the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, we will then receive a special remark by the Statistician General of the Federation, after which we'll go into a series of presentations, 2 presentations from the National Bureau of Statistics, somewhat like an introduction into what we're about to do today. Then we'll have a panel session, after which we'll go for a tea break, and then we'll have our photo sessions. When we're back from tea break, we'll have a couple of other presentations, 4 presentations, which will be followed suit by the second panel session, and we'll be done for today. I believe that we'll all have, an interesting time together today. So just a very quick housekeeping. The restrooms are located just to my left and to my right behind the room for your convenience. And then we'll also crave your indulgence to please put your phones on silent or vibration mode so that we do not disrupt the meeting. Thank you all so much. At this time, please, with a round of applause, help me welcome the Executive Director, Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, Dr. Chukwuka Onyekwena, for his welcome address. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank
you. Test. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome the special guests, the Statistician General of the Federation, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this one-day sensitization workshop on Nigeria's rebased gross domestic product and revised consumer price index methodology by the National Bureau of Statistics. This event is jointly organized by the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, CSEA, and MBS. So your presence here today is a testament of the shared understanding that sound, credible, and up-to-date economic data is not merely a technical necessity. It's crucial for informed decision-making, sustainable growth, and inclusive development. Allow me to briefly introduce the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, which is an independent, non-profit research organization dedicated to conducting high-quality, evidence-based analysis to inform economic policy in Nigeria and across Africa. Our work spans macroeconomic management, public financial management, trade, human capital development, and sustainable growth. We are committed to bridging the gap between research and policy by providing rigorous analysis accessible to decision makers. We believe that credible data and aligned contextual understanding is a cornerstone of effective policy reform. This workshop is a natural extension of our mission to ensure that new data is not only produced, but also understood, disseminated, and applied. The MBS has recently undertaken two major statistical exercises, basing on GDP and revising the CPI methodology. These updates are aimed at ensuring that our national statistics reflect current realities of our economy and also meet global best practices. For instance, the Rebased GDP has allowed our national accounts to capture new and emerging sectors, technological advancements, shifts in consumer behavior, and structural changes in the economy. The last exercise has revealed new insights, including unveiling the large contributions of previously underreported sectors, such as telecommunications, film, and creative industries, widening our understanding of economy. So this is time as Nigeria looks to diversify the economy and give a picture of emerging sectors that can drive the economy. Similarly, revising the CPI methodology is crucial for accurately measuring inflation, which directly affects every household and firm. The CPI tracks changes in the cost of a representative basket of goods and services over time. By updating the composition of that basket, the data sources, and the weighting of items, It ensures that inflation figures truly reflect the current spending patterns of Nigerian households. This is vital for setting monetary policy, adjusting wages, planning social benefits, and assessing the real purchasing power of citizens. It is important to note that the rebasing of GDP and revision of the CPI methodology are technical processes carried out by statistical experts. But for these changes to translate into better economic outcomes, they must be understood by a much wider audience. So this workshop is designed to bridge that gap. Over the course of today, we will not only review the methodology behind these revisions, but also explore their implications for fiscal policy, monetary stability, investment planning, poverty measurement, and social protection. We will also discuss the broader context in which these revisions have taken place. Global economic conditions remain volatile. Geopolitical tensions, climate-related shocks, technological disruptions, and the shifting trade patterns all exert pressure on economies. In such an environment, the importance of timely, reliable, and comprehensive national statistics cannot be overstated. They are our compass in navigating uncertainty. The production and effective use of national statistics require collaboration. The NBS has demonstrated commendable leadership in implementing these methodological improvements, drawing on technical expertise, stakeholder consultations, and international best practices. But the responsibility for making the most of these data sets does not rest with the NBS alone. It is a shared responsibility that spans ministries, research institutions, private enterprises, development agencies, and the media. By bringing together diverse stakeholders in one room, this workshop has created a space for engaging with these data. By carrying out more sensitization workshops like today, we can improve the understanding of the data, which can help in better designing of interventions in a timely, targeted, and effective way. This also strengthens the culture of evidence-based policy in Nigeria, ensuring that decisions are guided not by guesswork or political expediency, but by facts and analysis. Let me thank you once again, our partners, the National Bureau of Statistics, for their expertise and dedication, our distinguished panelists, who will guide us through the technical and practical aspects of these resolutions, and all of you, the participants, for bringing out your time, attention, and insights to this dialogue. I encourage you all to engage actively, ask questions, share your experiences, and think creatively about how the Rebased GDP and revised CPI can be used. And on behalf of CC, I warmly welcome you all once again to this important workshop. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, to connect, and work together towards a stronger statistical foundation for Nigeria's development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chika, for graciously opening this event and also giving us context into what we're to expect in today's workshop. At this time, it is now my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome the Statistician General of the Federation and CEO of the National Bureau of Statistics, Prince Adeyemi Adeniro, for his special remarks. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the SG. Thank you so much.
the Executive Director, Center for the Study of Economies of Africa, Dr. Chukwuka, all the presenters at today's sensitization workshop, distinguished panelists that have been invited today, the Directorate and staff of MBS, all erudite professors, you can see Professor Walike and co, that are here present, and scholars, analysts, economists that are here in our midst, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here this morning at the sensitization workshop on rebasing of the gross domestic product, GDP, and the consumer price index, CPI, which is being hosted by CSEA. The National Bureau of Statistics is once again proud to partner with the CSEA on this sensitization workshop that brings together a core base of data users in Nigeria to discuss the recently released result of the rebasing of GDP and CPI conducted by the Bureau. So let me start by commending CSEA for providing this platform that we are using today for this critical discussion, and to also join Dr. Chukwuka in welcoming all participants to the workshop, both those in the room as well as those that are joining us online. As we all know, data is important for the socioeconomic growth and development of any country. More so for us in Nigeria, which is an emerging economy, and with the lofty ideas of the present government to grow our economy into a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. People seem to be talking of the 1 trillion economy as if to say it's next year, but it's by the year 2030. So we still have a long way to go. In addition to bring a $1 trillion economy, is also to ensure that all resources of the country, both natural and human resources, are exploited sustainably, efficiently, and effectively for the benefit of the whole citizen. We are saying that the economy has enlarged, but people are still asking, it has not permitted, the impact of it is not felt at the grassroots. So these are some of the things that will be coming up in discussion today. So ensuring that adequate and reliable statistical information is made available to all users, whether it is government, whether it is policymakers, researchers, private sector operators, investors, and development partners at all levels to take the right decision and track the effectiveness of their programs is not only essential, but very, very critical in our discussion. This is why MBS once again embark on these routine statistical exercises. I call it routine because it's supposed to be a routine exercise, not something special, the rebasing of the GDP and the CPI. But because it is not usually done at the right time, we take it as a very big deal. But for us at the Statistics Office, it is supposed to be a routine exercise like any other survey that we release. It is important that we understand the data very well for appropriate application and use. This is why this event has been put together for us to discuss today. As a bureau, we also aim to ensure that all users have an accurate understanding of the process and the methodology that we have followed to arrive at the results of these two exercises. It is important for us to see the process, all the things that we have gone through, the standard, the best practice that have been adopted before the result is out. So from the ensuing presentations, all the presentations that will be seen today, all the facts and issues about the exercises will be laid to bear. And all emerging issues since we released the result will also be addressed properly. We have been collating comments from different quarters to ensure that we address them in this discussion. By fostering a culture of data literacy, which this workshop and engagement like this are designed to promote, we can ensure that policymakers and all our esteemed users are aware of the results and use them as a powerful tool to design and track effective policies and programs to achieve desired objectives. As we advance, this is one area of our mandate that we continue to enhance by ensuring that we increase data literacy among the populace to drive up the use and application of our statistical data in policy making. At this point in time, let me thank CC, our partner, in hosting this workshop, and also appreciate other invited presenters, panelists, professors, scholars that are here present, and welcome indeed each and every one of us to this event today once again. I look forward to a very constructive, very fruitful, and engagement today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming. Those that are in house here and those that have joined us online, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the Statistician General of the Federation. I remember when I did my youth service at the MBS. Yes, so it's very nostalgic for me to have half of my family, here. So this is my event. I am both NBS and I am also CC as well. Please, a round of applause for me. Thank you. All right, so now we'll be going into the presentations, and we'll have the technical assistant to the Statistician General, Mr. Moses Waniko, who will be taking us through the overview of the rebased GDP exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a round of applause, let us welcome Mr. Moses Waniko for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Waniko. I'm going to be taking you through this presentation. As much as possible, I will try to be fast. I've been given 25 minutes to deliver this presentation, so I'll be a bit fast, just so that we're able to manage our time effectively. Thank you. So I have the outline of the presentation. I will be talking on GDP rebasing, what GDP rebasing is. I will also talk on key concepts surrounding GDP compilation and, of course, GDP rebasing. Sorry. Again, I will talk on the framework of GDP rebasing, and then we'll present the preliminary results that we have, and finally, conclusions. So, GDP rebasing is a concept that I think is familiar to a lot of us. Most of us have heard about GDP rebasing. But it's important that we really look at what it means from a professional perspective and from the work that we do at the Bureau. So rebasing is a process of updating an old base year with a recent one to reflect changes in the prices of goods and services produced within the economy. So over time, what you'll find is that we compile GDP and then we have the nominal and the real GDP. So because prices will often change, you really need to rebase in order to accurately measure the performance of the economy. And once you do that, you are able to properly measure actual production in the economy. So you are not just limited to the fluctuations that you find in prices, but you are holding prices constant in order to see if you're actually producing or not, if there is an improvement in production or not, and not just as a result of increments or increases in prices of goods and services. So once you hold the base year a constant, by changing that base year, what you are simply doing is trying to do a rebasing of the gross domestic related using the new base year prices. And then we're using 2008 system of national accounts. That's a methodological document that helps you to, it allows you to look at the various definitions and concepts and principles that are expected to be used for GDP compilation. Rebasing should occur at the most detailed level to enhance the quality of constant price estimate. So during the rebased year, we looked at the data at a more detailed level in order to be able to correctly and properly measure the economy of the country. So the definition of key concepts. First and foremost, what is gross domestic product? Gross domestic product measures the monetary value of final goods and services, that is, those that are bought by the final user produced in a country in a given period of time. So the GDP measures basically the final goods and services that are produced within the economy. National accounts are a system of accounts and balance sheets that provide a broader integrated framework to describe an economy of a region or a country. A system of national accounts really is an internationally agreed standard set of recommendations on how to compile measures of economic activities in accordance with strict accounting conventions based on economic principles. So, typically there is an internationally agreed standard set of recommendations on how GDP should be compiled, and Nigeria is not left out. So the SNA allows you to do that compilation following internationally best practices. And then what are weights? Weights are shares of economic activities to the aggregate gross domestic product. So as I continue to present, I will talk more on what weights are, but broadly, weights are just shares, of each economic activity to the total GDP. Base year. What is a base year? This is a reference year that is used to calculate the GDP itself. So base year is just a reference year upon which we do the rebasing, and then subsequently we begin to calculate GDP for the country. So GDP approaches. We have 3 GDP approaches that are used. For Nigeria, we actually compile for the 3 approaches. We have the production approach, the expenditure approach, we have the income approach. For the production approach, the methodology is to calculate the value added, in the economy. And that is done by you need to net the intermediate consumption, which is the cost of input from the gross output of what is produced within the economy. We have the income approach, which uses compensation of employees plus consumption of fixed capital, which business accounting will call depreciation. It's a bit slightly different from the national accounts and concept. And then plus operating surplus or missed income. And finally, there is the expenditure approach, which typically you say consumption of household consumption or household final consumption expenditure, plus government final consumption expenditure, plus gross capital formation, which is known as investment, plus export minus import. So that's the formula for the expenditure approach. In Nigeria, we compile the 3 approaches. There are countries who do 2, some do just 1 approach. So national accounts aggregates at constant prices provide important indicators for measuring growth in the economy. So once you compile the national accounts, you have the numbers, you can now begin to monitor the economy, you can calculate growth rates and see if you are doing well or not. So it is important that once that is done, you now talk on, after a period of time, you talk on updating the base year. So the base year is updated periodically. Internationally, it is recommended to do that between 5 to 10 years, just so that you're properly measuring the economy and then reflecting the changes that have happened over time. Weights are generally used in the rebasing, and they are generated during the rebasing exercises. Each base year gives a different perspective resulting from those weights. So each time there is a rebasing exercise, the weights typically would change, showing structural changes in the economy. So framework for the rebasing of GDP, there is a framework that is being used, not just in Nigeria, but internationally. We have manuals, that are used, and they are guides, in what we do and how GDP is compiled. The first is System of National Accounts 2008. This is a methodological document that allows you to compile GDP based on internationally acceptable standards. And it has definitions, principles, methodologies that are in compliance with GDP computation. The second manual is International Standard for Industrial Classification of Economic Activities. Revision 4 is the latest. And then what this manual does is to help you classify economic activities. There are a lot of activities done by economic agents. So how do we classify these activities? So the manual allows you to do that from crop production, manufacturing, mining, construction, down to other services. And then central product classification, Revision 2 is also the latest. We've adopted that manual. It helps you to classify products in the economy. So beyond just what you know as economic activities, what are the products that are produced in the economy? And how do you classify them, align them to their various economic activities? So that manual helps you to do that. Balance of payments manual version 6 helps you to relate international transactions. You do know that we do not exist in isolation. So because we transact with the rest of the world, there is need to properly classify their transactions. And so balance of payment helps you to do that. And Government Finance Services Manual 2014 helps you to classify government expenditure properly. So that is what they call COIFO. It's a classification of function of government. So this manual helps you to classify all expenditures that are incurred by the government. So for the rebasing, we've done the rebasing. In order to do the rebasing, we started by constructing the supply and use table, what we call SUT. We started this process in 2018. The SUT was constructed. The SUT is a matrix that contains detailed industry and product breakdowns, and it is used to provide the new benchmark for rebasing. So typically what you do is to construct an SUT to do a rebasing, because it has the different contracts. You have the production approach in there, you have the expenditure, you have the income approach, all embedded in the SUT. At the end of the day, you are able to populate the SUT, you have a balance of the SUT, and that gives you the figures for the rebasing. So the dimension that we've applied is to use 46 economic industries and then 217 products. At the end of the day, in balancing the SUT, there was a 2.7% statistical discrepancy that was noticed, between the three approaches, and then eventually we're able to balance the SUT. So what you'll find in the rebased numbers is a product of what the SUT has produced. As a matter of fact, the SUT gives you values across different products, and at the end of the day, the aggregate of those values gives you the new rebased numbers. So data used for the rebased GDP were sourced from different sources or quarters. The first is that in order to do the rebasing, we needed numbers from the informal economy, and then we needed numbers on household businesses. So the Nigerian Living Standard Survey was used 2019-2023 to provide data for household expenditure, because we all spend money. and we all consume. That survey also provided numbers for the informal sector, which is a vital aspect of our economy in Nigeria. So we also we conducted the National Business Sample Census and a follow-up survey of establishments in 2021. That census and the survey provided numbers basically for the formal sector, across different industries. We also conducted the National Agricultural Sample Census and Sample Survey in 2022. Because agriculture is fundamental to our economy, we needed to properly measure agriculture. So that census provided numbers for all the agricultural activities from crop production, fishing, livestock, forestry. And then because we discovered there were a few gaps, in the data that we were collecting, we needed to do special studies. And we did special studies in 3 areas. We did special studies in research and development, water supply, waste management, sewage and remediation, and then we had one in trade and transport measures. Now, beyond all of this, we collected administrative statistics from different MDAs, critical MDAs that provided input into the entire rebasing process. It's a whole list of MDAs. I wouldn't want to go into that, but there are a lot of MDAs that we had to work with that provided numbers for the rebasing. So new areas covered and enhanced data collected. You do know today, you agree with me that digital economy has grown rapidly, so we needed to capture that. Then we incorporated the activities of pension administrators, which was not there in the 2010 numbers. We've incorporated National Health Insurance Authority, which is vital, is a part of the insurance. The Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund is also part of the insurance sector, which we've incorporated. Activities of modular refineries, we have a few, about 5 or 6, spread across different states. So we try to incorporate them into the rebasing. And then the domestic households as employer of labor was not there before. This time we brought it in, and we try to capture that through the living standard survey. Coverage of informal activity, which is vital to the entire process. And then querying another mining activity. So these are new areas covered and enhanced data coverage. Preliminary results. So now, in 2010, we had a GDP size of 54 trillion. In 2019, old series, before the rebasing, the one we published earlier, recorded a GDP size of 145 trillion. And then in 2019, the rebased results show a GDP size of 205 trillion naira. In terms of percentage of revision, of the rebasing, in 2010 we had a revision level of 59.7%, which means that from the rebased numbers in 2010 and the whole numbers of 2010, there was a revision of 59.7%. In 2019, the revision level is 41.7%, which also means that from the 2019 that we published earlier to the 2019 that we have as rebased numbers, the revision level is about 41.7%. And then in between, the gap, in 2010 we moved from 1919 base year to 2010 base year, which was 20 years in between. In 2019, we moved from 2010 base year to 2019 base year, which gave just 9 years gap in between. So this slide shows the new numbers. So in 2019, GDP current basic price is now 204.3 trillion. And then this moved all the way to 2024, which recorded 364.6 trillion naira. GDP current market price, which includes taxes, moved from 205.0 trillion naira in 2019 to 372.8 trillion naira in 2024. GDP at constant basic price, which is popularly called the real GDP, moved from 304 trillion in 2019 to 213.2 in 2024. In terms of the rebased growth rates, in 2020, because of the COVID, we recorded minus 6.9% growth rate. In 2021, 0.95%. In 2022, 4.32%. 2023, 3.04%. And then in 2024, we recorded 3.38% as the rebased growth rates. Now, this is against what we've published previously that showed a growth rate of minus 1.92% in 2020. And then 3.40% in 2021, 3.10% in 2022, 2.74% in 2023, and 3.4% in 2024. So you see that we now have new growth rates, and these growth rates are a bit different from what we had published earlier. So in terms of broad sectorial activities, usually the GDP follows the line of thought of primary, secondary, and tertiary industries in the economy. So what we have is agriculture, industries, and services. So the contribution of agriculture improved from 25.8% in 2019 to 27.8% in 2024. The contribution of industries declined actually from 21.0% in 2019 to just 16.6% in 2024. And then the contribution of services actually improved from 53.0% in 2019 to 55.5% in 2024, which shows that in terms of contribution, agriculture and services actually improved over time from 2019 to 2024 compared to the contribution of industries. Now, because Nigeria is an oil-producing state, we've presented the numbers for oil contribution and non-oil contribution. Non-oil contribution actually improved from 94.1% in 2019 to 96.6% in 2024. And then because we've had issues with the oil sector in the last few years, the contribution of oil sector declined from 5.8% in 2019 to 3.3%. 3.3% in 2024. In terms of growth of these broad sectors, agriculture recorded 2.6% in 2020, remember during the COVID. And industries and services recorded negative growth rates of minus 22.7% and minus 5.3% respectively in 2020. But this has improved over time to 2.8% and 4.4% in 2024, showing great improvements compared to when we had the COVID. Non-oil growth rate was minus 6.3% in 2020 and now 3.3% in 2024. Oil growth rates, which recorded minus 25.99% in 2020, has improved to 5.5% in 2024. So top 7 economic activities in 2019, these are rebased numbers. So this shows you some structural changes. here in 2019, crop remains number one in terms of ranking in the economy with 17.5%. Now, I talked on weights. Now, this brings me to the weights. So what is the share of these economic activities? This one shows the top 7 economic activities of the rebased numbers in 2019. Trade follows with 17.4%. Real estate, 10.7%. Telecommunications, 6.7%. Crude, 5.8%. Livestock, 5.7%. And finally, construction, 5.1%. So remember that we did a census of agriculture, which really improved the performance of livestock due to better data coverage. And that brought livestock to 5.7%. We used to have, I think livestock in 2019, pre-rebasing used to contribute about 1.5% or so. Now, it's shown significant improvement in the performance of livestock. Again, it's important to state that the pre-rebasing numbers shows crude, petroleum, and oil as number 3rd, and real estate as number 5. With the new rebased numbers, there's been a shift, in that ranking. So real estate is now number 3rd, and then crude, petroleum, and natural gas now number 5. So this shows the least 7 economic activities, starting from rail transport with 0.00%. There's a figure here anyway. It's due to the rounding up of the numbers. Electrical and electronics, 0.01% with 21 billion naira. Coal mining recorded 0.011% with 22.8 billion naira. Metal house recorded 0.019% with 39 billion naira. Post and courier services recorded 0.02% with 44 billion naira. Publishing recorded 0.023% with 47 billion naira. And finally, oil refining with 0.069%. So in terms of broad structure of the economy, I've said that the rebasing is usually likely to show you some structural changes in the economy. So this slide shows the changes in the contribution of agriculture, industry, and services from what we used to have before the rebasing. So we have the pre-rebasing 2019 and the post-rebasing 2019. Agriculture improved from 22% to 25%. Industry shows lower contribution from 27.6% to 21.0%. And then services shows significant improvement from 50.2% to 53.0%. This shows you that agriculture and services are actually better off in terms of contribution to GDP than industry. So some key changes in terms of contribution to the rebased numbers. I will start with agriculture, which used to record 23.8% in 2010, now recording 25.8% in 2019 rebased numbers, and then in 2024, 26.4%. Livestock has improved in terms of its contribution to GDP from 1.79% in 2010 to 5.76% in 2019, 6.8% in 2024. Forestry improved from 0.25% in 2010 to 1.3% in 2019, and then 1.45% in 2024. And this really can be attributed to the improvements that we've made in the sector from the census that we conducted. Now, trade improved from 16.4% to 17.4% in 2019, and then 18.6% in 2024. Real estate shows significant improvement from 7.5% in 2010 to 10.7% in 2019, and of course 11.3% in 2024. Art, entertainment, and recreation, which is growing rapidly in the country, improved from 0.06% in 2010 to 0.5% in 2019, 0.49% in 2024. Human health and social services, which is typically the healthcare sector, also shows improvement. We used to have 0.61% in 2010. Now, in 2019, it's 1.46%, and 2024, 1.55%. Digital economy, which is also growing very rapidly in the country, which was not there before, was not measured in 2010, now shows a contribution of 4.12% in 2019 and 6.25% in 2024. So this slide shows you percentage contribution in real terms, not nominal. And it shows you the different sectors and their weights. Agric remains very large in terms of, very significant in terms of the weight. In 2019, 25.8% was recorded for agriculture. In 2024, 27.8% was recorded for agriculture. Mining and quarrying shows 6.07% in 2019, 3.55% in 2024. Manufacturing now records 9.13% in 2019 and 8.24% in 2024. Now this goes all the way down to electricity. Now 0.48% in 2019, 0.7% in 2024. Water supply, 0.22% in 2019, 0.25% in 2024. Construction, 5.17% in 2019, 3.93% in 2024. I would take transportation and storage, 1.91% in 2010, 0.75% in 2019. So if you look at this compared to what we used to have in the pre-rebasing, you'll see some dynamics in the numbers, which shows changes in the numbers. Information and communication, 8.54% in 2019, 9.79% in 2024. Financial and insurance recorded 2.47% in 2019, 2.69% in 2024. And then I would take real estate, 10.78% in 2019 and 13.58% in 2024. So informal sector, this is a vital part of the economy, and it is really, really significant in Africa, particularly in the West Africa region. Now we've measured the informal sector. We've done a split on the informal numbers between formal and we've done a split on the base numbers between the formal and the informal numbers. And these numbers have been presented to you. Agriculture remains predominantly driven by informality. And that is why you see that crop production, livestock, forestry, fishing recorded far above 90% informality. Crude petroleum and natural gas recorded 100% formal. In terms of coal mining, this recorded 52.13% informal. Metal oil, 75.29% informal. And the likes. It goes down all the way to the other activities in the economy. Electricity is 100% formal. Water supply, sewage, waste management, and remediation recorded 11.39% informal. Construction has about 88% formality. And then telecommunications recorded as high formality. So broadcasting on 100% formality, insurance 100% formality. Real estate recorded 57.3, 7% informality. And then other services, which is largely household in nature, recorded 89.25% informality. In total, what we have for the informal sector, the contribution to the rebased numbers, shows a 42.5% informal sector contribution to GDP, as against 57.5% for the formal. So we've actually we've compiled the Q1 2025 numbers, we've disseminated the numbers. Here we are presenting some of the numbers, highlights of what we've disseminated. So the GDP at current basic price for Q1 2025 stands at 94 trillion naira. At constant basic price, we have 49 trillion naira. Then in terms of the growth rates, so what we've done with the quarterlies is to benchmark the previous quarterly numbers to the rebased annual numbers. And upon that, we're able to compute for Q1 2025 GDP performance. So the growth rate of the rebased Q1 2025 numbers shows 3.13% growth rate. And then what you find below, the last row there shows you the previously published growth rates on quarterly basis. So you would see a deviation from what we now record as what we now have as growth rates and what we used to have as growth rates. So similarly, in terms of the contribution of the broad economic sectors. Now Q1 2025 shows a reduction in the contribution of agri from 24.04% to 23.33%. Industries moved from 19.12% to 19.18%. Services improved from 56.84% to 57.50%. So in terms of contribution of oil and non-oil, the contribution of oil has actually improved from 95.98% to 96.03%, while oil contribution declined from 4.02% to 3.97%. The growth of agriculture actually improved from -1.79% to 0.07% in Q1 2025. Industries showed an improvement from 2.35% to 3.42%. Services also recorded improvement from 4.06% to 4.33%. And of course, I talked on the growth rates. So there has been an improvement in the growth rate of Q1 2025 from 2.27% to 3.13%. And then the growth of non-oil shows an improvement from 2.17% to 3.19%. Oil, which has suffered a lot of issues, shows a reduction of a growth rate from 4.7% to 1.87%. So over time, we expect that the numbers will improve as we consolidate the improvements of the policies of government and generally as the economic activities within the country increases. So this shows the top 5 fastest and slowest activities in Q1 2025 in terms of growth rates. So it's important to state that an activity may be growing at a rapid level, but in terms of the weight, it might not be significant. So the growth of the economy, the activity, even though may show some improvement in that sector or activity, but in terms of the weight, really, the weight might not be big enough to drive, the performance of the economy. So what we've recorded for rail transport and pipelines is 28.95% for growth rate, metal hours 25.20%, electricity 18.65%, road transport 18.46%, financial institutions recorded 15.19%. However, there have been activities that are the slowest in Q1 2025. Activities like coal mining with negative 21.28%, quarrying and other minerals 21.55%, livestock 16.69%, other services 6.13%, and then plastic and rubber products 3.20%. Now remember that this changes over time. It moves from a quarter to a quarter. So what you find in Q2 might not be this, depending on what happens within the activity and, of course, within the economy generally. Now, in terms of top 10 contributing activities to real GDP in Q1 2025, trade is the highest with 18.21%, crop production 17.4%. So these are the biggest drivers of our economy. And then real estate. So because of the revision that we've done and then the improvement in real estate contributed 13.3% to Q1 2025. Telecommunications 8.50%, construction 4.7%, all the way down to professional, scientific and technical services with 2.47%. So these are the numbers, and then we have a few challenges that we want to talk about. The rebasing process had some challenges, ranging from poor documentation and bookkeeping. And I would say that because of the size of the informal sector, there has been issues with getting numbers from the informal economy. And you agree with me that in the informal sector, people just do businesses. The way they conduct their affairs they just do random businesses without proper recording and keeping of data. So once you go to collect numbers, you have challenges in terms of collecting these numbers in the format that you really want to use them. So it's been a challenge collecting numbers in the informal sector. However, for us in the Bureau, we have a structured way of collecting the numbers and interpreting the numbers. And so we usually will couch the questions in a way that we can manage the process. And then we can from there do some computations of the numbers. But this is really a big challenge, not just in Nigeria, but I would say in Africa. Then auditing of information by large establishments, which is really a worry for us. It's a big issue for us because if we do not get numbers from establishments, from economic agents, how then do we compute, the GDP in a more accurate manner? So this is really a challenge when businesses odd records, odd numbers, odd information, and then we have to constantly pursue them to collect these numbers. Is worrisome. However, we are doing all we can as a bureau to surmount these challenges and, of course, improve the processes that we have and the numbers that we'll continue to publish, continue to release to the public. I guess this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Let's give another warm round of applause to Mr. Moses for his very detailed presentation. In a room full of experts and economists and statisticians, I'm sure our hearts are buzzing with questions. But please reserve your questions till after the panel session. So all questions would be taken together during the panel session. So now we'll quickly go into the next bit of presentations for this morning, which is an overview of the rebased CPI methodology and highlights of the results, which will be presented by Dr. Anthony Ayo, who is the head of Prices Statistics Department, National Bureau of Statistics. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Anthony for his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my SG. Morning, the academicians that are here, policymakers and implementers. My name is Dr. Ayo Anthony.
Recording in
Prices
progress.
Statistics, MBS. I'm here to present how the rebasing of the consumer price index was conducted. But before that, let me calm our attention down with this joke a little. Maybe when you get home today, if you're a tenant, you see a letter from your landlord that your house rent has moved from 1 million to 5 million. How do you feel? Or you want to leave here today, where you are going, take a cab. Your expectation was that 3,000 where I'm going to, and the person told you 10,000. You will react. Meaning that the variable we are here to discuss affects everybody, not indirectly, but what? Directly, which we call price. This price we are talking about is being measured through an indicator we call consumer price index. It's an index that tracks the movement of prices from one period to another. Please, I need an assistant. Okay, from one period to another. It can be within 2 months, 1 month to another month, or 1 year to another year. In the short run, I'll be talking about introduction, concept of consumer price index, concept of rebasing of the consumer price index, justification for the rebasing of this index, framework and methodology for the rebasing of the consumer price index, new structure of the rebased CPI, linking and referencing, structural changes between the old and the new method, the rebased CPI result, selected items and their prices between 2024 to 2025. Then I conclude. Okay. Thank you. Inflation is very, very important macroeconomic variable. We have many macroeconomic variables, but inflation is prime because it affects all other macroeconomic variables. Is it unemployment? It's a function of inflation. Is it GDP we just discussed now? It's a function of inflation. Standard of living is a function of what? Inflation. So we need to pay attention to this macroeconomic variable called inflation. That is why all over the world, an institution is established all over the world to ensure that this variable don't go outside the scope. I know that institution, monetary authority, central bank. So if this variable is not so important, why would central bank be established? To ensure price stability. So it affects all economic agents. It also affects all other macroeconomic variables. Now, what is consumer price index? It's an indicator from which we get inflation rates. Please, it's very important. CPI and inflation are not the same thing. Inflation is the derivative of CPI. Consumer price index is just an indicator that shows how prices in an economy move, either positive or what? Negative. But the rate of changes between CPI of different dimensions, either month on month or year on year give us what? Inflation rate. So without first computing CPI, you cannot get what? Inflation rate. Another important thing I want to say is that inflation is a relative index. Sorry, CPI is a relative index so that I can optimize my time. There are two major variables we need to consider in CPI computation: the price relative and the weight. So that is why we say CPI is relative index and also weighted. When I say relative index, price ratio, the price of this thing in my hand, this period, compared to a price, this same price in another period, which people call base year. But in pricing statistics, we call it price reference period. It is also called weighted because your consumption pattern is an input in CPI computation, which is being represented by what we call weight of the item. So these two variables are very important in CPI computation: the price relative, which is price of an item in period A, compared to price of the same item in period B, price ratio, multiplied by the weight, which is the household relative expenditure on that item. So when we are talking about CPI and rebasing, is when we treat these two variables, adjust them to ensure that current consumption pattern and current price ratio are being computed in CPI computation. So in the nutshell, not to optimize my time, as I said, rebasing is all about bringing the price reference period closer and also capturing current consumption pattern of household living in the country in your CPI computation. Uses of CPI is an input in monetary policy formulation and fiscal policy as well. Every month, we feed central bank with our CPI result. It's a significant input in determining the monetary policy. All these parameters, monetary policy rate, cash reserve ratio, liquidity ratio, they are all functions of consumer price index. It is used in determining wages and salary as well. Everybody wants to collect a living wage or a wage rate that can take household home. A wage rate that is not eroded by increase in prices. So inflation will give employers information about what should be paid to labor that will be sufficient to take the labor home. So in a nutshell, CPI is an input in wages determination. It is also used to determine contractual payments. For example, now if a contractor executes a contract in 2022 and is to be paid in 2025, you can see about 3 years difference. The value of that money in 2022 cannot be compared to the value in 2025. So to know the present value of that amount, you use consumer price index to do the adjustment and get the present value. Okay, concept of rebasing of the CPI. I think I've explained this earlier. It is conducted to ensure CPI methodology is robust, logical, and consistent with global best practices. Specifically, it entails bringing the weight and the price reference period closer to the current period to reflect current consumption pattern. I've said it earlier. There are two major variables in CPI: the relative price and the weight. When I say relative price, the price ratio. Price in January compared to price in a given period. If that given period is excessively lag compared to the current period, the price ratio will not be reflecting the current price change. So you need to bring that base period closer to the current period. That is one aspect of the basic. The second aspect is the weight, which is the consumption pattern. If you give me 1,000 naira in 2022, What I will do with that 1,022 is different from what I will do with it in 2025. Because my consumption pattern must have changed due to some factors. So when you are computing CPI without bringing into cognizance the current consumption pattern, the inflation rate may not be reflecting the current inflationary pressure in the economy. So that is all about CPI rebate, and it's expected to be conducted every five years. As my SG said in his opening speech, it's a routine activity. It's just that some countries, because of some factors, they can't do it 5 years because it's very capital intensive. But whenever it is being done, people are waiting the result. Like people were waiting the result of CPI rebate in January. When we released it, it became a breaking news everywhere. Okay, another justification for rebasing of CPI. Relative expenditure or weight of individual goods and services changes with time. I said so earlier. Relative expenditure, consumption pattern is not static. It's a function of income. It's a function of innovation. It's a function of government policy. And all these variables I mentioned, as I said, variables, they are dynamic. So when they change, consumption pattern will change as well. New item need to come to the basket. As the director said the other time, it's a sampled item. All items consumed by household cannot be in the basket. But significant items that people spend significant portion of their limited income on must be captured. And these items in the basket are also dynamic. Before, people used to buy Motorola phone. Do you have Motorola again? No. Before, there was no all this phone that you can use to do. Before now, phone is only to call. But today I can do multifunction with my phone. These multifunctional phones were not existing before. So if you go to MBS basket 20 years ago, you will see Motorola, even our last basket that we discarded, you will see Motorola phone, black TV, television. I don't think anybody is using black television again. So many that consume basket need to be reviewed. Yeah. Then also price reference period should not be more than 5 years. Because if it's more than 5 years, the price ratio will be high, and you will think the economy is passing through high inflation. No. Then consumption pattern also is dynamic, as I've mentioned that, and also for the purpose of comparability of the index. You don't compose CPI for your country alone. It's one of the indicators you use to know whether one country is doing better than another. So if you don't rebase, your CPI cannot be compared with other country CPI to know the price stability in each country. Now, which framework did we use to carry out the rebasing of the CPI? Every rebasing of consumer price index must be backed up with a survey called Household Expenditure Survey. But in MBS, we use what we call Nigerian Living Standard Survey that was conducted in 2023. It was from this survey we got expenditures of people living in Nigeria on goods and services. But that single survey wasn't enough. We conducted another survey in 2024 to capture rare items. When I say rare items, durable goods that were excluded in the Nigerian Living Standard Survey. Also, we also use administrative means to get expenditures of people living in Nigeria that we couldn't get from these two surveys. Central Bank gave us expenditure of people in Nigeria on financial services. Nigerian Insurance Commission gave us expenditures on insurance. Even our MBS as well. Internally, we were able to get expenditures of people living in Nigeria. Also, the framework continue. Another important thing I want to draw attention to is this, in the rebased CPI. Before this rebased CPI, our expenditure survey was both monetary and non-monetary. But in this rebased CPI that we used to capture weight, expenditure was purely monetary. Please note that. When I say monetary, it excluded own production and gift. Number two, the index we use In CPI computation, after you get your relative index, you need to aggregate homogeneous relative indices. The method we use in our aggregation now is called Jevon. And Jevon is based on geometric mean. There are other two methods. We have Kali and Detor. These two other methods are biased, either upward or downward. But Jevon passes all the four economic criteria of proportionality, relativity, transitivity, and others. So that is why MBS moved to Jevon, and that is the best practice across countries. And then the method we are using to compute the CPI now is what we call Young. And Young is a form of modified Laspaye that does not allow price updates, unlike pure modified Laspaye, which is called Louis, that you need to do price update. But in Young, no price update. The data gotten in 2024 is used for our base year, 2023, our weight reference period. So our weight reference period is 2023, price reference period 2024. When I say price reference period, it's base year, but technically it's called price reference period. These are the other things we did in the rebasing. Our classification structure, which is called classification of individual consumption according to purpose. Before we were using 1999 version that has 12 divisions for CPI computation. But now we are using 2008 version, 2018 version, that has 13 divisions for CPI computation. The additional division is called financial services and insurance. I believe everybody here incur costs related to financial service and insurance. But before, it was excluded in the old rebasing. But now, we are using 2018 call that has 13 division. Also, our price data collection has been digitalized. We don't use paper to collect prices again. Also, our retail outlet is in progress for updates. Now, an important aspect of CPI rebasing is what we call linking or referencing. For you to get year-on-year inflation, before our rebasing, our base year was 2009, and our weight was 2009. And we have series till December 2024. Now, when we launched the rebased CPI in January 2025, the price reference period is 2024, which is base year, and the weight 2023. Now, for us to get year-on-year inflation rate, means that we have to compare January CPI 2025 with what? January CPI of 2024. You know, January 2024 was based on old base year. So we have to do what we call linking, which we call the referencing in prices, to capture the future of the new base year in the already estimated CPI. And that method will not change the inflation rate. It will only re-estimate the already published CPI so that you can compare. There are many methods, but in MBS, we use 12 months to get our linking factor. These are technical things. Then, we use 1 month as an index reference period. Not only Nigeria, South Africa use the same method, Kenya use the same method. Now, these are the changes observed after the CPI rebasing. In the whole, we have 740 varieties of items. Because of the update of the basket, we have 934 varieties of items now. Now, more items in the CPI basket. Classification structure before was 1999 with 12 division, 2018 version with 13 division. Paper questionnaire in the whole, digitalized questionnaire in the new. Price reference period of 2009, now 2024. Long-term relative in the whole, short-term relative in the new. Why this? When you talk of short-term relative, you are comparing prices in January, for example, now in this July CPI that we'll be releasing Friday. We compare prices of these 934 items with their prices in the preceding month. Unlike long-term relative, where you'll be comparing prices in the current month with the constant base year. The advantage of short-term relative is this: it allows substitution of items. And also it allows bringing on board new outlets. Technically, some people call it chain linking. You chain link your relative index with the preceding month index. Technically, you will get the same answer, but this one is more flexible and it accommodates bringing on board new item and new outlets. Our aggregation of elementary index is Jevon, as I said. It's based on geometric mean, unlike Detor that is based on arithmetic mean. Then the new method of index computation is Young index. Old was Lowe. Now, after the weight, please, people have been saying MBS reduce weight. I want to use this avenue to tell people MBS does not reduce weight. Many people be speaking on here, MBS reduce weight of food from 50% to 40%. No, this is the finding from the survey conducted, not MBS adding and subtracting. This finding shows that consumption pattern has changed. Before, the relative expenditure of household on food and non-alcoholic beverage was 51.8%. But now, it's 40.1%. Not that will reduce it. That is the result of the survey. But another factor that is responsible for this is the changes in the classification structure. The survey that produced this 51.8, expenditure was both monetary and non-monetary. The survey that produced this 40% is purely what? Monetary. Meaning that own production and gift were part of this weight in the old method. Not only that, in our classification structure, that's what we call division 11 is called restaurant and accommodation services, in which we have what we call mail away from home. In the whole classification structure, mail away from home is termed as expenditure on food, which was part of division 1. But now it has been removed from division 1 to division what? 11. These two variables are significant reasons, apart from expenditure being solely monetary, why the expenditure on division 1 reduced. The rest, no controversy. I can move forward. Now, these are the results. We have this already in our website. These are the results we have released after the rebasing of the CPI. The only thing is that after the rebasing, the year-on-year inflation has been downward trending. And it's not surprising. Now, when inflation rate is coming down, people think that prices are coming down. What it means that the rate at which prices are increasing are what? Decreasing. That is the meaning. So when we say inflation rate is coming down, we are not saying price of all goods and services in Nigeria are what? Coming down. The rate of their changes are increasing at decreasing what? Rates. This is example. We brought out about 10 items. Their prices in January to April 2024 compared to their prices in 2025, January to April. You can see they are easing down. This is their difference. This is a bar chart that captures that of all the items. You can see on the down. Another thing I want to say as I round up, when rebasing is conducted, you don't expect, especially when the base year is closer to the current period. People said when we release general inflation, MPSA inflation moved from 34% to 22 or 24%. No. Prices are still going up. But the base year is the reason. When you bring the base year closer to the current period, what happened to the change in the price? It will be marginal, no longer as wide. That is technical. I'm using this avenue to let you know so that when you find yourself in a forum where they say MBS reduce weight, tell them MBS does not reduce weight. We don't reduce weight. And this is the reason, technical reason, why inflation rate is easy down. I think I need to stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much. So now we'll move very quickly into the panel session. And it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome the moderator for this session, who is my own Executive Director of the Center for the Study of Economies of Africa, Dr. Chuka, to do justice to this session. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the panel session, the first panel session of today. So, like I said, my name is Dr. Chukwuka. I'm the Executive Director of this center. And the aim of this session is now to discuss the two presentations and reflect on the rebasing of the GDP and the CPI. I'll be inviting the guests in the particular I'll be inviting the economists before the industry experts. So the first will be, as you see that this is an economic issue, who better to invite by the president of the Nigerian Society of Economists, Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Abiola Adekunle. Wow. And the next will be Professor Uche Owaleke, who is a professor of capital markets at Nasarawa State University. And the next will be Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. Hassan Mahmoud was the former director of monetary policy at CBN and presently the president of Nigerian Association for Energy Economics. Next is an industry expert, Mr. Ayot Sotimri, is the managing director of Bank of Agriculture. And then the last but no way the least is the Director General of National Council for Arts and Culture, Obi Asika. So the way our questions will go, there are a lot of economists in this room, and if you know economists, they answer the same question in different ways. So I'll be asking economists the same questions, and I'm hoping that they'll have different views. So the first question is going to the three economists. And it goes like this. So the rebased GDP has shown that Nigeria is still deindustrializing, meaning that the industrial sector has been shrinking, with services and agriculture sector becoming more prominent. What is limiting our ability to achieve structural transformation, and how can we achieve it? Professor Adeleke, please.
Thank you very much, AD. Good afternoon, morning now. Good morning, FG and their colleagues. Let me also thank the MBS for giving us this data, and because now we have a fairer idea about what the structure of the economy looks like. What are the developments in the economy? We have better data that we can work with. What is the structure of the economy and the rest of it? If you look at the data presented now, it's concerning, really. It's concerning in the sense that we have what's also now called financialization of the economy. We have, as it were, if you look at Nigeria in the 1960s, early 70s, how you compare it to now, Nigeria in the 60s and 70s was an economy that was more diversified than what we are now. So you have greater concentration of the economy. And I was looking at the growth rate, again, which in my view is a consequence of some of the policies that have been implemented in the last couple of years, 2-3 years now. If you look at the growth rate of the industrial sector, growth rate of the agricultural sector, you will see that the growth rate has declined. Okay? You have an economy now where at some point manufacturing was around 18-19%. Currently now it's about 8%. You can't build a sustainable, strong economy for a large economy like ours with the population we have without having a robust industrial sector. And there's no way you can actively address issues of poverty, issues of high unemployment, if you have a weak industrial base. And my prayers, to those who are, who are in the public space, policy space, is that in 1986 to 89, when we've had the structural adjustment program, the results we are having is almost important, very similar, very closely linked. Your revenue will grow up, all of these other things will go up, but then you have deindustrialization. And you also have a situation where you constrained the middle income class, real income compressed. And when you have a compression of real income, the industrial sector cannot grow. There will be weak demand. So you're going to have a situation where the industrial sector, which is what you need, and that's what America has realized. And whatever criticism you may have for Donald Trump, the 2020 COVID-19 experience has shown that what will help you to have a robust, resilient economy is when you have a robust and strong industrial sector. So these policies that we have, I support the policies, but the policy we must be cautiously, find a way of ensuring that we also bring about, protect the industrial base and protect the agricultural sector. Left to itself, the market forces is interested in the short term. And in a situation where you have very weak, institutions, governance structure, where you have busy markets, where you have imperfect information, all that the market will be telling you is we just focus on short term. And development is about medium to long-term resource allocation. So there must be conscious efforts on the part of our government. And thank God that 10 years has shown that data now. And it's important that policymakers understand what that data is telling them and then go ahead to do what is needed. What we need to do, part of what we need to do is a conscious effort that must be, you see, you can't grow your industrial sector on the basis of just market. There must be deliberate policy. You must have some industrial policy that is linking, with your trade policy that is linking with all of that. There must be some deliberateness. And it's something that you have to do for a continuous process, period. In Nigeria, there is this policy, over, some and so. You will introduce something, in the next 3 or 4 years, in fact, that doesn't even last 3 years. You reverse it. Investors cannot make firm decisions on the basis of that. That was the time we closed our border. We said, we want to protect the domestic industries. And within some year, we open it again, and then we close it again. So you continue to do this. So you cannot, on the basis of that, if you look at Malaysia and Indonesia, these countries were very clear in terms of long-term, consistent planning. And that's where we have to go back to our development plan. I participated in the current development plan, which, there was so much that went to that plan. In creating the framework, for the current plan which I chaired. There was a lot of modeling and a lot of thinking. In fact, we prioritize which sectors which sectors you could, that will have the greatest impact on the growth, on the employment generation and things like that. So you can target those sectors. But unfortunately, I'm not sure the government implemented that plan for 1 day.
The ERGP?
No, the current one, the GDP 2021 to 2025. It's going to end this year. I don't know whether there's any plan to bring in a successor plan or not. We can't go on the basis of 3-4 years. Development cannot be, it has to be something that is long-term, that is carefully planned. And also, it's important, one of the things I also saw is that we have to link up. If we're going to grow this manufacturing and industrial sector, we have to link up the university, the academia, the educational sector must closely link with the manufacturing sector and the agricultural sector. Agriculture cannot exist on the basis of just nature, plain fed, on the basis of just, the way we were doing agriculture. It will just work. Productivity will remain extremely low. So we need to find a way that we're going to link up. Again, deliberate. The university system, the education system, and agriculture. That's what America did. They have land-based universities. And then in your area, what are the, focus on your research on this area, and the area, what are agricultural products in your area. Focus your research on that. Work with farmers in those areas. Let there be that linking that will ensure that you're able to transmit, research, to agricultural development. We need to go back to that. In the 1960s, this was there. There were rubber, estates. There were careful thinking about that time, and it's unfortunate that those that disappeared now. Agriculture, we can't feed ourselves. Food security is very difficult, and services will not do that for us. So your question is very important. I would say that this growth, this structure of the economy is not going to take us anywhere. We need to find a way, in the midst of the great things that we are doing, reforms and the benefits of those reforms, to see how we can also, provide incentives and a structured approach to developing the manufacturing sector, to developing the agricultural sector, that a country like ours should be food secured and have an industrial base that's able to, transmit and ensure that the services sector we're going to have is not going to be all this informal sector, but it's going to be one that is high value added, high productivity, high wage, that would be of benefit to this country. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks a lot, Prof, for those great insights. Moving on quickly to Professor Waleke for your thoughts on the structure.
Yeah, thank you. The same question. Okay, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I answer your question, Doctor, permit me to say something with regard to the presentations we've had. Let me start by commending the MBS for the work they have done. It's often said that GDP rebasing or CPI rebasing, they are mere statistics. But if there's any one area where we have had some impact, with respect to the numbers released by the MPX. I think that area is the capital market. If you look at what has happened since February till now, we realize that investors too must have taken into cognizance, these numbers, the CPI numbers, because today they see real returns, coming from the market. And also in terms of the GDP, it has also projected the country, especially to the international, investors. If you look at our sovereign yield today, has been going down in terms of the sovereign bonds. The yield on our sovereign bonds, have been going down, since February. And that, to me, is also a reflection of the fact that a lot of confidence, is coming into the Nigerian economy. And of course, when yields are going down, it also means that the prices of our bonds are rising. So I want to mention that because when you are talking about the benefits of rebasing, we talked about CPI being used for monetary policy purposes. We talked about wage determination. It's important to also mention that it's useful for investment purposes because investors are also looking at the inflation rate. They're also looking at even the GDP numbers. Now, having said that, now to your question, why has the industry sector been shrinking? Yes, we saw the numbers. Industry is shrinking from 27% to 21%, as opposed to services sector that has gone from 50 to 53%, and agri from 20 to 27%. So why has the industry sector been shrinking? I would summarize that by saying that because of weak productive capacity. Nigeria has weak productive capacity, and the UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, has defined productive capacity, and I also want to summarize that using the UNCTAD's 8 major components of productive capacity. Number 1 is the human capital. That is very key. Human capital. When you talk about human capital, you're talking about education, you're talking about health. You cannot industrialize when you're, just as he has rightly observed, your training in the universities and tertiary institutions, are divorced from what happens in the industry. So there is this misalignment. And yesterday I was speaking at the State House, at a function at the State House, on this particular matter. It was the National Industrial Summit. I was one of the speakers, and I made that point that the earlier we brought the two together, we begin to train people that are industry ready, the better for this country in terms of industrialization. So human capital is very critical. It is number 1. The second component of productive capacity, according to UNCTAD, is natural capital. Our natural resources. We have oil, we have gas, we have everything. To what extent are we utilizing them? I come from a state, Imo State, that is gas rich. Imo State has oil, Imo State has a lot of gas. But in terms of the IGR of the state, of course, a lot can be done. I know this because I used to be a commissioner in that state, and I know that if these resources are better harnessed, we can be sure that even in terms of industrialization, beginning at the state level, you can have better numbers. So the second one is natural capital. The third one is energy. Energy is very key. You can't industrialize when you are doing 3,000 megawatts of electricity. You are producing 5,000, you can't even distribute the entire, so you are just 3,000 megawatts. A country of over 200 million people. South Africa has 60 or 65 million people and doing up over 40,000 megawatts. So we can't compete if your energy situation is still very weak. And when we talk about energy, it's not just about oil, it's also about electricity, especially electricity. So it's very critical. That's number 3. I said that the UNCTAD has 8 components of a productive capacity. Just allow me to quickly mention the 8. The 4th one is transport, your transport infrastructure. What is the quality of your transport infrastructure? In a country of 200 million people, emphasis should be on rail, on mass transit, and not just on roads. So we need to build our roads, ports, rails, before we can talk about industrialization. Number 5 is ICT. This is in no particular order. Information and communication technology. Today, what can you say about internet penetration in Nigeria? What can you say about broadband? You go abroad, at various airports abroad, you can use the internet free of charge. What's the situation in our airports? Can you go to our international airports in Abuja and say you want to browse free of charge? Okay, so what's the quality of the ICT and the state of ICT infrastructure? The other one, what number am I now? Yes, number 6. I'm happy you're following. You are good students. Yes, number 6 is an institution. Institution. When we talk about institution, we are talking about corruption. We are talking about rule of law. We are talking about the quality of regulation. Okay. In terms of quality of regulation, yes, we have improved a great deal, no doubt. We can talk about central bank. We talk about Securities and Exchange Commission, but corruption is still an issue, and that's also part of why you don't find high volumes of FDIs coming into Nigeria because of corruption. You saw the recent number again by the National Bureau of Statistics on capital importation reports. Okay, but what do we have there? In quarter 1, capital importation was at $5.6 billion, out of which FDI was just 2.2%, 236 million. We can't develop, we can't industrialize with FDI at just 2%. The bulk of it, was foreign portfolio investment, just as I said, financialization. After foreign portfolio investment, then you have other investments, which are mainly loans. So FDIs are low, partly on account of, the institutions. And then you now have number 7, private sector. Private sector speaks to the ease of doing business. Private sector speaks to the access to credit. And today we also know the situation with ease of doing business, which is also why I'm happy that the government is also trying to address that, including through the tax reforms, the new tax laws. The new tax laws, in my view, will go a long way to improve the ease of doing business, in Nigeria, particularly with respect to taxes. So we need to improve our ease of doing business. We also need to improve access to credit. I'm also happy that the government is talking about recapitalizing Bank of Agriculture, okay, 1.5 trillion. So that's good, and also the Bank of Industry. Access to credit is very important if we must industrialize. And then finally, structural change, very, very critical. We have seen it. There is a reason why we say the agri sector is a primary sector, the manufacturing sector is a secondary sector, and services sector, tertiary sector. You must go through primary, secondary school before you talk about the tertiary education. So we are not paying attention to the agri sector, we are not paying little attention to the secondary sector, and we allow services sector to dominate. And even if you look at the services sector, 53% as we saw, of GDP, the bulk of it, as we saw in these numbers, okay, the bulk of it are more of low productivity services sector. Low productivity, and low productivity means that paying low wages. Again, back to the example I cited, my state, Imo State, a state that should be generating more revenues. When you go there, it's either you are in the government, or you are working in a filling station, or you are working in a hotel. Okay, these places don't pay high wages. So what I'm saying, we need to really do structural change in such a way that every sector can be really the base, to really drive this industrial. So in summary, Doctor, what is the reason? We have weak productive capacities, and I'm giving the 8 components. What should we do? We should look into these, these factors, very closely. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Monica, for those great insights. Moving on quickly to Dr. Hassan Mahmoud for his thoughts.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, I think. We're still in the morning hour. Yes, thank you very much. Just like the moderator said, economists tell you the same thing in a different language. So out of the 8 he gave, I'll just pick 2, and I'll speak more on those 2. But I will just do a deeper dive. I will start and also commend CC for this, and the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. When the DG's Assistant General saw me, he was not sure where I knew this face. But after his presentation, when he came back, oh, this is where I knew this face. So I could read it from his face. I will start, and thank you for the questions, why industrialization or the industrial sector or the manufacturing sector is contributing less to our GDP. It is important to also mention that that sector's contribution or the impact of that sector contribution to GDP, it's more beneficial for the economy in terms of employment generation, in terms of capital formation, in terms of revenue sources. So it's important that we get that sector. I'll give 2 or 3 examples where the resource base of certain economies have been transformed to evolve their manufacturing sector, and that has contributed to them becoming developed economies of the world. Now, I give an example of 3. The UK, coal, the Industrial Revolution, the continental shelf, the oil production. So those natural resources, don't forget I'm president of the Nigerian energy economy, so I'm coming from that side. So those resources were transformed to industrialize the economy. We don't want to talk about the environmental factors, but those resources, coal, continental shelf, oil, was used to transform the economy from being resource-based to advanced economies with a huge investment in infrastructure. So you see that moving, you don't hear UK or Netherlands producing oil now, or UK producing coal, but the industrial sector has significantly advanced, and that is impacting on both the agri demand and the inflows that comes into the economy. The same thing with China. It's also coal and agriculture. So it's not that because our agriculture, and I think Professor Waleke spoke about the agriculture, I also touched a few on that. Yeah, those sectors are inimical to the transformation of the manufacturing sector. They're actually impetus and triggers for you to transform the manufacturing sector. The same thing with the US. You also have the Rockefeller and the oil magnates of the early 60s and 70s, which also transformed those economies to become advanced economies, in the sense that the manufacturing sector and industrial sectors are the main driver of those growth. So for us in Nigeria, we have the potentials, we have the agriculture, we have the natural resources in abundance. So how do we transform that to become the drivers of our manufacturing sector? And some guys did some papers in the early 80s, they call it Dutch disease. Your ability to transform your natural resources to growth and investment in the manufacturing sector, improving the livelihood of the people. So the cost to us was that oil and gas was a cost because it brought us backward, and we had this derailment to trade and rent-seeking, and killed us. But some other economies, these 3 economies I mentioned, use these natural resources to dovetail the economy to the next level. So we have the potentials. What we need is to transform them. And the Section General has also been highlighting this in our previous MPCs, where we see the contribution of the services sectors improving substantially. However, what is unique about Nigeria is that the services, and that's why we say we have economic growth. As our economic growth is improving or is increasing, so is our poverty rate rising, which is a paradox. So what was contributing to that? The services sector, which was like, don't forget the banking sector, banking services in the services sector. And you see a lot of return banks, some banks getting returns of 300 billion. You know how many agricultural farm or manufacturing industries you invest in to produce that volume of output. But it's the services sector. Compare the total number of people employed in the banking sector in the economy compared to those that are in the agricultural sector. You will see that, yes, those are, and don't forget fintechs and all these digital sites that are coming are also bringing huge, having huge investment or huge returns in terms of the computation of the production using the expenditure side of it. Recently, we read that Flutterwave, which was just a private fintech or payment solution platform. I'm not sure their workers are up to 50 or maybe 100, I don't know, but it's more of technology. But the transaction that went through their platform was over $1 billion. That's 156 billion naira. Just one small guy has an office in Ikoyi. And if you compare that to the number of farmers in Niger State, maybe 4 or 5 million, all of them maybe they produce 20 billion. I'm just investing in a farm after retirement, and I spent so far almost about 3 million naira. And I was asking those guys that with this, I would like get 200 bags of guinea corn. He said, okay, if you get taxed, you'll be happy. And I said, why didn't you tell me before I start? I can have put 3 million. One bag of unicorns is about 37 or 30 something naira. So he said, no, you are contributing to the welfare of people. I said, okay, thank you. So you see that misalignment coming in there. So while those potentials that we have can be transformed, and I like what the MBS did in terms of the presenter, the director in terms of price section, Ayo, also said that the relativity in it is such that we know our biting points, we know what is important for us. The rebasing is like a magnifying lens. Yes, I can see all of you here, but if I zoom, I'll see the people at the back more. And maybe those are the people that we really need to impact on. So the rebasing is giving us new commas into the system that are critical for policy purposes. So it is important that we focus our, like the Professor Adenikeju said, our development plan to fit what are the utility functions or what are the demand preferences of our economy. So the industrial sector, and it's also that also applied to the transformation of the oil and gas sector. There's nothing wrong in investing in the oil and gas sector to develop our economy, but there's backward integration, there's forward integration, there's vertical, and we are currently on horizontal. Let's go vertical. From proceeds of oil or gas, you have urea, you have fertilizer. How can you feed that into agriculture, productivity, yield, and all that? And agriculture will feed into the manufacturing sector. So you have input for textile industry. The 27 or something textile industry in Shadawa or somewhere in Kano are all dead now because there are no input. And the largest producers of cotton were in the north. But those farms went extinct, and then those Indians and Chinese that were doing those factories have to leave. Those technologies are also opposite. So I will now go to the side of what will be the solutions, or what do we need to redirect. Professor Waleke has mentioned a good example of Imo State, where they have a lot of natural resources, but that is not impacting on employment and productivity. Now, what is important is we see agriculture contributing more to the GDP, not because agriculture is highly productive, but it's because of the number that are involved in there. And I gave an example of Flutterwave and the entire agricultural sector of Niger State. It's almost 10 times what that company of less than 500 people are doing, contributing to the GDP. Don't also forget that some of those fintechs and digital platforms, we cannot really capture them. So we're not getting the appropriate revenue from them because you also need the same matching technology to be able to see them in the cloud and also tap your whatever 0.2% you want to take from those transaction fees. But I'm sure the Ministry of Finance and other FIRS are also looking at those solutions. So the productivity of the agricultural sector is very important. It's not the volume. We see a lot of people involved, but they're still into subsistence agriculture. It's not mechanized, it's not industrialized agriculture. And there's also no value chain link. We have examples of government building thermal stations in places where there are no gas, but there's no transportation or trade or pipelines linking those gases. So those thermal stations are rusting away in those places. So there's that value chain connectivity which is very important. The productivity can only be enhanced. Some of you that are economics here know the Cobb-Douglas production function. Technology is playing a big role in that combination of capital and labor. So the adoption of that technology in those sectors is very important in transforming those sectors to be more beneficial to. So the industrial sector that we have, productivity level is very low. Capital formation to GDP is also extremely very low. So the technology is obsolete. The adoption of skilled workers, and Professor talked about how do you link the universities, because a lot of these innovations come from the universities. How are they linked to the industries and improve on, we saw some universities producing some cars that are using batteries and all that, and we're importing electric cars. How do we get those kind of guys to maybe this guy, Boa Motor, or this Dangote that is doing Peugeot now, to get those guys as it develop and then brings in the capital and make a mass production of those activities. I would also mechanize the SMEs. Those are the largest employer of labor in Nigeria. But the activities there are extremely manual, even though we have statistics of the informal sector. I also was driving 3 days ago, and my car had a flat tire, or the air was very low, but I was rushing to a place. So I said, just pump it for me. I told the guy, just pump it for me. When I get back out, he said, no, sir, you don't need to bring out the tire. I can patch it for you without removing the tire, and I can do it in 5 minutes. And he did it in 5 minutes, brought something like an injection or something that you used to use vaccination, and put it in and pew, pew, and it blocked the place with some, and I left. Before we used to use what they call shanisha. And that shanisha, you have to bring out the tire, bring out the tube, put it on the plant, heat it several times, put it on heat, put fire under it. That takes like 1 hour. So you see, the mechanization of those processes, even though it's very small, if you can produce those solutions for mass SMEs, nano, to do, you see a huge contribution. Those are industrial sectors, even though at a very small scale. So if you cannot do the Murtala Nyako kind of agricultural mechanism, let's do it at these small levels, solars to farms where they can produce. So improving the value chain, enhancing productivity of the factors of production within the industrial sector, improving the labor skills, and then the last part of it, which are the 2 points that I said I'll pick from Professor Waleke, is one, governance structures, rule of law, transparency, accountability, investment. We're talking that we have deficit of industrial sector financing, so we are looking for foreign capital, and give numbers of the FDIs, even though FPI is what we are seeing. But those FDIs will not come if we don't have these governance structures, transparency, and efficiency, rule of law on ground to attract those foreign capital, which is very important. And the last one is that government must also, I am still of the Keynesian paradigm, where the state must contribute to the enhancement of aggregate demand. I know the private sector is very critical, and this is also the MD of Agriculture will emphasize on that, but you need a startup. You need those basic infrastructure, utilities, or we call public utilities, to be available to enable these industrial sectors, benefit from that sunk cost to be able to move forward. We saw an example of Kano State investing, can't remember how many hundreds of billions on train from Kano to where Kaduna and Katsina. But those trains is for carrying human beings, not cattle, not industrial product. That's useless because it do not impact on the agriculture. But if you have, because of what do you call this thing now, bandits and all that, and you have a train that will pack things from Katsina, Maradi, and bring them to Kaduna and bring them to Lagos, you save that security challenges. But we don't see that connection. So we should also target our investment where they are going to go into. So, Prof, I think that is where I will stop.
Okay, thank you so much for those insights, Dr. Hassan. Let's move to the industrial part, starting with Ayo Sotiri. So the rebased GDP shows that the agriculture sector contribution has increased from 22.1% to 25.8%. However, productivity of the agriculture sector remains low. There is food inflation, and there is high informality as well. How can the Bank of Agriculture financial strategy tackle issues such as low productivity, low yields, post-harvest losses, and supply chain disruptions? I hope that's not a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayo Shuteri. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Bank of Agriculture. It's given me what I call the Cleveland task to talk at you, in very good, I would say, formulation of jargons. But I'll be very frank and honest, right? Even though the rebased GDP shows that agriculture sector is contributing 25.8% to the GDP, yeah, it's very encouraging. But the productivity, it's the bane of our own Achilles heel. And it starts from just very practical statistics that you can use. A typical average yield of maize or any of our staple crops in Nigeria is about 1.8 tons per hectare. In Egypt, they have about 7.8 tons. I'm sure some farmers do 10 to 12 tons per hectare. It means a farmer who is meant to farm maize in a cycle, rain-fed obviously, would farm and get 1 ton per hectare when its cost of the economics of production is 500,000. Let's even assume that he gets two tons per hectare, and maize is being sold at 800,000 naira. Less cost of production, he would have maybe about 700,000 naira to manage till the next season. How can one person produce, let me say, work in layman terms, just for a particular period, and for 12 months, all he has to spend is 700,000 naira with a massive family. So what we're saying is, let's stop all the things we're doing currently at the Bank of Agriculture. First of all, understand who we are as a bank. What you will be doing as a bank. We are a retail DFI. We have 110 branches across the country, one per senatorial district. It means we're the closest to farmers. We have proximity to all the farmers. And it means that we can actually advise them on how to become productive. We're saying, next time we want to finance, we look at who our customers are, who are the farmers, and we look at what the requirements are. And for us to increase productivity, it's not just giving the farmer money to go and farm next season. It's about understanding the food system, understanding below the food system our input system, and solving for that. What are our input systems? Number one is seeds. That's the biggest, devil in the room. The second is fertilizer and agrochemicals. The third is water, irrigation, because it needs to be productive all year round, not just, one time a year. The fourth one is now agronomy services, education, literacy. When we look at all this, or the fifth one actually is mechanization. When we look at all this, we start with the latter. How do we invest as a bank in seed systems? When I say seed systems, it's not the grains that farmers are meant to eat that they go to plant and they say they're planting seeds. We're talking about proper seeds that is well researched, like you have in other climes in Brazil, South Africa and everywhere. When we start to invest in breeder seeds, foundation seeds, before you get certified seeds that can be multiplied, even at community level. What that does for us in terms of productivity is the farmer moves from 1 to 2 tons per hectare to 8 to 10 tons per hectare. It means instead of making 1.6 million, he can make almost 10 million naira, right? For that particular season. The second part is irrigation, the second pillar I talked about. I can finance massive irrigation systems, doesn't make any sense. You don't have, same level of land, you don't have the land contiguous. These farms are, they're fragmented. So why don't we start to think of these things and apply new solutions to them, which is we finance small-scale solar irrigation kits that requires the sun that God gives us in abundance for each farmer. And it means that we need to do it at scale. Not just a political program where we're financing 5,000 irrigation kits and we give it to our constituents. It doesn't work. You start with knowing your farmers, which is KYF. Some people say KYC, know your customer. For us, it's KYF. Once you know our farmer, before we even know our farmer, how do we know our farmer? You need to get the real data of the farmer. NIN, BVN, biometrics, phone number, picture, coordinates of his farm through a Polygon system. You put that on a database. Automatically, we can open a Bank of Agriculture account for them. Once we do that, it solves for financial inclusion, or exclusion rather. The second thing it solves for is monitoring the facility we disburse to the farmer. Number three, it also helps the farmer be able to, it also helps us be able to credit profile the farmer, design a credit scoring system where we can now loan to the farmer without requiring collateral from him. Also on this application, we can lay on top of it, satellite data to be able to, predict crop yield and also, support the farmer with agronomy, information. Whilst we're doing that, we also know that with climatic conditions of all these farms. So when you have all this big data, all this information, and you use it well, it's the first step in the right direction for agriculture in Nigeria. The second thing you now start to do is when you look at, how you want to finance irrigation for the farmer, for me, which is almost like a capex, you would finance the farmer by telling him to put his skin in the game. $50 if a kid costs $500 equity, and you finance him over a 4 or 5 year period. It means that the farmer can now farm like a Brazilian farmer or South African farmer, farming 4 times a year. If you farm 4 times a year, your productivity doesn't increase by the seeds alone, where you're now getting 10 tons. Now you can also farm again to get in way much more. So it means that for every 4 million hectares we farm in Nigeria, every cropping season, to get 4 million tons, if you farm the same 4 million hectares without even increasing an inch of land, not even a square meter, you can now get almost 40 million tons of grains. What does it do? It solves for food insecurity. It becomes a thing of the past. Number 2, we can feed the region before we start to think of exports. Now, moving to the third part, fertilizer. How do we domesticate fertilizer requirements and usage in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we have almost 3 fertilizer blends. In Ghana, there are 15 little brothers down the road. Nigerian farmers would use 5 bags for an hectare for maize. In Egypt, they use 15 bags. So these sort of things they're systemic problems that needs to be addressed before we start to talk about, Nigeria is not giving money to farmers, for productivity. And I'm bringing all this down to your level. I'm not speaking as an economist now. I'm trying to make everyone understand the problems within the sector and the solutions to these problems, right? Which are things we can do straight away. They're not rocket science. They do, in other climates. Now, when we start to talk about mechanization, why should I finance tractors as Bank of Agriculture and I dole it out to so-called farmers or political farmers? Why can't I look for clusters of farmers? I get a mechanization company, I have an agreement with them, they pay 25% up front, I give them multiple equipment, they create a service center where they can now provide mechanization as a service to different farms, and the farmers will pay for it. These are systems that are practiced in silos in Nigeria, and they work. It's just a case of we don't know how to amplify these success stories. If we can get mechanization right, get seeds right, get irrigation right, the last thing we need to get right is agriculture literacy. As I said, we have 110 branches across the country. What am I doing with them? It's filled with chickens, reptiles, relaxing. Why can't I turn a floor into a training center for not just, extension worker training, but also even farmer training? I met a company in Brazil that said they train 1 million farmers a year. All I need is just 3 or 4 of those companies. And all our 110 branches will be turned to training centers where you have, modules, you have, different sort of training manuals for these farmers. You train and retrain them for the next 30 or 20 years so that they can understand, modern agriculture practices. Right. Now, in terms of raising capital, okay, I need to round up. It's a sector I'm very passionate about. I can keep going on and on. In terms of raising capital for it, there's so many instruments. Islamic financing, climate finance, climate raising agriculture and all that. These are instruments that we can use to show up our balance sheet to be able to, invest within the sector. So this is just, things, food for thought for all of us in the room. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Tayo, for those great insights. Moving on to Obiasika. The Rebased GDP has revealed that the creative industry, which was previously overlooked, has now been captured in the new GDP computation. What are the potentials of the sector in driving employment and economic growth?
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Hope I don't understate or overstate by the economics of the situation. But what I would say is this.
Yes, thanks. First of all, thanks to the MBS. Hello? Hold on, press. She's going to still wait. That's one of those. It's a switch thing. That's a switch. Where the mic? Okay.
can do it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as I was just about to say, I think, yes, first of all, thank you to the NBS for at least recognizing the sector. I think from the perspective of those of us in the sector.
Should I just speak?
Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello? Yeah, maybe, okay, I'll hold that as well. Two, yeah, okay. Yeah, so in terms of the way the sector is captured, I think one of the things I was saying to the executive director when I arrived earlier was that I think there's still a misunderstanding of what the sector really represents. This sector, the CCI, the cultural and creative industries, and the creator economy, when we break it down, it's well over 50 subsectors of the Nigerian economy. And some of them are already billion-dollar economies today, not potential. The MBS has put it at about $10 billion, I think. PwC puts us at $25 billion in 2025, even though none of the money is in our pockets, so it's never touching their reports. But what we see, and what I think, just to answer your question, if you look at the digital economy, you look at telco, we look at telco as the rails for our ecosystem. So when you're measuring, if you add the telco as the rails to our ecosystem is actually more like 10% of this economy today. That's not the potential, that's the reality. Because without our content, without our music, movies, streaming, creators, there's nothing happening on these platforms. And I think it's very important to understand that in the first place, because that's the economic activity that we're actually talking about. The second thing is in terms of jobs. I think that jobs is a big issue in Nigeria, and really, we've got to look at the gig economy. People that work in these sectors work in multiple sectors, they hold 3 jobs at the same time. And clearly in Nigeria, we just did some mapping around the job side of our KPIs. And just on 3 sectors, we have seen that we will be able to deliver 2.6 million jobs by 2030. If you look at the full 50 sectors, it could get to 10 million. The key issue is scale and how do you aggregate that activity that is already happening. The other thing I would like to talk about is about the fact that, I was listening to what Ayo was saying about his branches, and it's similar to us. I have 22 locations around the country, not quite 110. We're actually supposed to be in every single state capital. But just as we look at these things, we inherited these institutions that might be run down, deficient, and not able to do what they're supposed to do. For me, I've already reclassified all my offices as creative hubs, which is definitely for training and capacity building, because once you give the people the skills, they will earn the money. It's no longer about jobs in the natural sense. It's gig jobs where they have the skills, they get out there, and they're able to do the creation. So when you talk about the opportunity, I would say the opportunity is that the reality is that we are still underestimated, still underrepresented. I looked at the breakdown from the very interesting presentations, and I say that if you take away some of the things that are the technology today, actually CCI, art and recreation is just a part of it, art, recreation, and entertainment, but everything to do with content, creator, music, film, hair and beauty, fashion. These are huge, enormous sectors of this economy that have not actually been fully measured. So what needs to happen is a sort of a mindset shift in terms of those who are in government, also those in the economics, to understand this is an economic sector. It's not about singing and dancing. Singing and dancing is nice. They do that well. But as I said to you before, when we're talking about the FDI numbers, and I think Prof mentioned it, I'm sure most people here have heard of Don Jazzy, right? So Maven Records in 2024 did an exit of $200 million in this market at this time, right? That they had an investment of $10 million in 2019. They exited in 2024. They are basically Universal Music Group West Africa. They still run their business, but I have not seen any business people analyze that deal as an exemplar that can inspire the next generation. There's a lot of other people coming. There's a lot of other platforms building, and it's not just music. Across the space, from the creator economy alone, which everybody's watching evolve, is a massive driver. And everybody from your pastor to your prophet, to your ambassador, to your lecturer, is in the creator economy today. And you have to understand that all of these things are driven by one thing, the ability of the Nigerian person. So actually, my sector is about the Nigerian human being. So we are saying, invest in the people, give us the tools and the ability to enable them to scale, and we create the funnels and they monetize. And that's what we're seeing, and that's what's happening. But it's happened largely without government. It's happened largely just from the ingenuity of our people. But if formal structured government now puts the resources behind the ecosystem, I think what you will see is the $100 billion by 2030, we're really going to be talking about $250 billion by 2035. Because once you get to a particular level, you begin to double. Do you understand? So that would be my own comments at this time, except to say, we want to collaborate deeper with MDS to build, there's something called the tourism satellite accounts. I believe the minister has mentioned this, and that's on the tourism side. But understand on the culture side, Nigeria has destinations and heritage sites that we haven't even touched. In other markets, those locations are multi-billion-dollar assets, but we're not seeing it that way, which is why we're also engaging the Nigerian Governors Forum to begin to tell them every single state in Nigeria has at least $1 billion a year it can generate from its own state, from its own assets. And the real business of this thing is at the subnational level. It's not really at the federal level. Federal is very small. It's subnational. That's where the money is, that's where the assets are, that's where the focus is. So if we do that, then I think we win.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. So because of time, I'll just be asking the last round of questions before we go to Q&A. So I'll mention the two questions for. Let's go back to the economists. So the rebased GDP has implication for certain macroeconomic indicators. For example, it has lowered the CPI, even though you can argue that the burden of inflation is still there. It has also affected key indicators like debt to GDP ratio, revenue to GDP, tax to GDP, market capitalization to GDP, etc. What are the implications of these changes to policy? Professor Adelekuchu.
Thank you very much. Well, I think you are right. I mean, and I think MBS also has admitted it's not as if inflation has come down. I mean, the burden of inflation is still there. The 22% or so inflation in the last inflation figure we have is one of the highest in the world. So things are still extremely very difficult and tough. And so that means that the ongoing efforts to, address inflation and for monetary side, for fiscal side, I think we have to just continue to do that and to find a way of getting relief to the, in the area of transportation, the area of food, the area of housing, where you have much of the burden, in particular to the, for the poor. So those are areas that policy must have to focus on. Because the reality is this, and I mean, there was a data that was on capital market site where they were talking about only 2.4 Nigerians earned about 200,000 naira per month. Now, that was a huge shock that only 2.4% of Nigerians earn about 200,000 naira per month. So with the massive inflation that we have, you could just imagine the standard of living and what people are going through. So area of food, I mean, you have to, food security is very important. That's what I mentioned very, very early on. The government must find a way. The MD, I think, there must be a way of ensuring that, food, accessibility, availability, affordability are quickly addressed. People must have access to food, access to their drugs, transportation. I mean, when the fuel price was being removed, one of the areas that government said they would look at was mass transportation, mass transit. Every area where you do some of these policies, government does not just go back and sit down. There are measures we put in place to cushion the effect of those adjustments, especially on the poor and the vulnerable. Okay? So as much as people like me, over 30 years, have been advocating for software subsidy removal, I think, it's something that has to come with other things, with other policies in place. So transportation, we talk about gas, people are announced and in 3 days they disappear, we don't hear it. I think those things have to be, there must be a way of addressing issue around housing, issue around transportation, issue around food, are very important in my view. In the second area of debt GDP ratio, and now, hey, hallelujah, debt GDP ratio is under, 39%. So let's go borrow here, borrow here. What pays debt is not GDP. It's not just the formal sector, it's not the agricultural sector that doesn't contribute nothing to anything, that people are just surviving on. It's not agriculture, it's not trade, it's not those informal sectors where they pay. It's oil, it's this oil sector. And my president said, president already, by the way, I'm the former president, say, and I do that also a lot, over at the MPC. The oil sector contributing 4% of GDP is not good. I mean, for countries that is oil abundant, okay, you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at many of these other countries, there are so many value addition, there are so many backward and forward integration that will happen in the oil sector. There are many products that come from natural gas that we can tap in, that will generate employment, that will drive the industrial sector, that will drive growth, that will drive employment. We will link up with many of those other sectors. We need to just do that. We do not know, we should stop. Just build the house of wood, just get crude oil and take it to that country to develop those countries. What develops a country is not your oil resource, it's your consumption. It's consumption of natural of energy that drives growth. It's how much of that energy is available for your people and for the economy to develop. That's what drives growth, not that. So when we come to debt, because of time, I was told, when it comes to debt, this is your debt GDP ratio. I was privileged to speak to the Senate, when they were looking at the appropriation, and I told them, there's a study that says that the National Assembly, where that must approve all of this debt, should have an office like just this, in the UK, the US, the budget, what they call it, the CBO, where you have you take all this budget, all this loan, each of them, and take them through some modeling that will tell you the implications and the impact of each of these debt over 10 years on employment, on poverty reduction, on economic growth, on many of those metrics, so that you justify them on the basis of the value addition to this economy. Now that a boy debts come, requests come, and it just approved. Well, we don't know what those debts, where they go. There's no way of measuring the impact of those debts on the economy. There's nobody considering how we're going to pay back those debts. And unfortunately, it's going to be on the future generations. So I still argue, and I still go to pivot at the other side, whatever side, that, whatever it is now, it's a delusion to just simply think we can borrow more, because by simple metrics of we slept and wake up, and the numerator has been increased, therefore we can go and borrow. I think it's all right. I think it is not a license to borrow. We need to see that those debts improve the livelihoods of Nigerians and to the betterment of Nigeria. Thank you.
Excellent, Prof. Thank you very much for those final comments. And Professor Walek, the same question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Earlier on, I talked about the implication that it has on investments, and of course, I'm particularly interested in that area. I am a professor of capital markets. I'm also the president of Capital Market Academics of Nigeria, and a number of our members are in this room. Capital Market Academics are here. So, yes, including some people on this panel. Yes, it's positive. Investors are always looking for positive real returns. Now, I also think it will help the Central Bank of Nigeria to, in its primary duty of maintaining price stability in the area of monetary policy. If you recall, part of why the Central Bank had consistently raised the MPR, if you check the monetary policy communique, it's been one of the reasons they keep citing is that real rate of returns, had been negative. Okay, when you have the inflation rate above the monetary policy rate, of course that is a negative real rate of return. So now with what has happened and with the inflation right now well below the monetary policy rate, That has given the central bank some level of comfort, at least to to hold the rates, for the for the time being. So I think it will further help the central bank to do their work. But my advice to the central bank going forward is that beyond squeezing liquidity in the system, okay, I think emphasis should be more on the transmission. I also think there's need to improve the policy mix. Monetary policy tools are not just about the MPR, and not just about the liquidity ratio or the cash reserve requirements. We seem to be focusing a lot on the MPR, okay? And if you look at the countries around us, today Nigeria's MPR is one of the highest, okay? And if you add the corridor, that makes the issue a lot more serious. You have a corridor of 5%, so I think that corridor is too wide. Plus one, plus one, minus 1 plus 5, meaning that effectively the central bank is lending at over 30%, commercial banks. So there is need to defocus attention on the MPR. Central bank can lean more on open market operations, for example. I also think the cash reserve requirement is too high at 50%. Again, that's about the highest if you check sub-Saharan Africa, is also high. And that's squeezing liquidity. So banks should be able to price, make their pricing based on interest rates, not necessarily because of, squeezed liquidity. Because when you have a high CRR, it reduces the ability of banks to give credit. And earlier on, I talked about access to credit. There is need to ensure that, access to credit is improved. That's on the one side. The other side I want to end on it is to talk about the other implications. Yes, he mentioned it, right? The ratios, some of them may appear to look better. Some others too may appear to worsen. One of them that will appear to look better is this debt to GDP ratio. Today it has come down from over 50-something% to around lower than 40% now. And that can create the illusion or the impression that there's still fiscal room for borrowing. I think what usually happens when you rebase GDP in other economies, you can check, is this is also the time for us to re-anchor those targets, if you like, recalibrate. So if Nigeria, for example, had this country-specific ratio, we used to have it at 18%. By the way, I chaired the public debt reforms under the Presidential Fiscal and Tax Reforms Committee. And one of the things we recommended was that we should no longer be putting emphasis on debt to GDP ratio. In our recommendation, we said emphasis should be on debt service to revenue. Just as you said, because GDP doesn't repay debt. Okay, it is debt service to revenue, and we put some ceilings. So in this case, we can recalibrate and say, now that GDP ratio, debt to GDP has dropped, okay, we can further also, have our own country-specific. If international threshold is set, debt to GDP is 66%, we can also further, recalibrate, re-anchor to reflect what has just happened. The same thing applies to fiscal debt to GDP. The Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 says it shouldn't be more than, the ceiling is 3%. With what has happened now, it will appear that actual debt to GDP may not come within that threshold. That also buttresses the need for us to recalibrate. We should re-anchor all those targets based on the new developments. And then when borrowing, the best way to ensure that your borrowing, it's used for capital projects, if you like, is to use the right instrument when you're borrowing. It's just the right instrument, and I've been saying that consistently over the years. Look at your domestic debt profile today. If you check that domestic instruments by the Debt Management Office, the FGM bonds account for over 79%, okay, or close to 80% FGM bonds. And when you issue FGM bonds and raise money through FGM bonds, you end up, because of its discretionary effect, you can apply the proceeds to anything. But when the instrument is specific, you issue sukuk, for example, you know that the proceeds are tied to particular infrastructure, whether roads. You issue infrastructure bonds, you know it is tied to infrastructure. But when you do FGN, general obligation bonds, you don't have any obligation to use them for particular infrastructure. So my advice is when we borrow, we should ensure that loans are tied to projects, and the best way to ensure that is to use, the right instruments. Again, I mentioned that yesterday. We can look to fund, for example, skills development in our institutions. We can do skills bond. India issues a skills bond. When you do a skills bond, for example, process of skills bond will be used to, for industrial manpower development. So, some of what I'm saying is that if you want to borrow, borrowing is not bad. To be sure, loans are not bad. But when you borrow, you must ensure that they are well applied. And one way to ensure that is to use the right instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on quickly to Dr. Hassan Mahmoud.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll also use some of the big data Professor Adenikeju used when he gave the numbers from the capital market website. While less than 5% of the Nigerian population are in control of more than 95% of its resources in terms of income. These are the holders of this income. But when prices go up, I'm talking about the impact of inflation now, it impacts more this 95%, and this 5%, but they can negotiate themselves out of the impact of inflation because they can transfer it, just like the producer. So the end user, the burden of inflation is on the consumer, and not all the consumers, the vulnerable end of the consumers. So when you get MBS giving the numbers that inflation has gone down, and this is also important for the monetary policy side. I will take excuse because there are two powerful MPC members here. I was just a secretary recording what they were saying, but I learned a lot from them. Professor Akinda is here, I didn't teach you. They were MPC members while I was a secretary. So they cannot speak anyhow because their statement will go headline, but my own will not even reflect in any newspaper. So I can say what I like here. Now, the implication of that rebase is one, the Central Bank of Nigeria is supposed to do what they call anchoring inflation expectations. So the fact there's also already a distrust, because from the public outcry, MBS, even though Dr. Ayo explained to us that they didn't reduce the inflation number, but everybody is saying that MBS reduced inflation number by more than 800 basis points, while they are still suffering and prices are not going down. I think Dr. Ayo explained that. But what it means is that on the central bank side, because what central bank is doing, the signaling that monetary policy is not ready to impact inflation, interest rate directly at the money end of the market or to the end users or those that are extending credit, but to provide a signal. So if you are disanchoring this expectation from the role of monetary policy, don't forget that monetary policy transmission is also very weak, and the MPC members can also attest to that. Not because of the potency of the tool, but for other structural frictions within the economy and also within particularly the large proportion of the informal sector. So the pass-through is limited to those sectors that are only exposed to the conventional financial system. So if you have a situation where that inflation expectation is de-anchored, so whatever signal the central bank is giving through its monetary policy tools, particularly the MPI, is going to be useless. It's not going to impact on those prices. So you start seeing the weakness in monetary policy implementation. And then the monetary policy is not just to impact only on banks, but also on the individuals, and that is what developing economies are all focusing on. How does central banks' behavior impact on ordinary people, not just banks or ability to create credit. The credit, we see a lot of those credit creation not coming to agricultural sector like the CEO just mentioned, but largely investments in treasury bills and OMO bills like the Professor Waleke said, and those are bringing in trillions. You see, anytime OMO bills, open market operation bills are floated, maybe 300 billion. Subscription is 1.6 trillion. If your agriculture, the credit deficit is 1 trillion, what the banks will give to the agricultural sector is 100 million. They will say, oh, we cannot capture their data, they don't have a NIN, they don't have what you call a BVN and all that. It's a highly risk sector. There are security factors. So the transmission of monetary policy to the ordinary people is the aligning along the line, and it's important that we focus on the impact of that on the ordinary consumer. Now, for monetary policy, the last part of what I'll make before I go to the ratio is that it is also important, and I know the central bank staff and everybody, they are sensitive, they are smart guys, so they will not get carried away that inflation numbers are going down, so we are going to reduce monetary policy rate so that we drive growth. It actually impacts negatively on to increase inflation because you have excess money supply or credit creation in the system, which will now be inducing the monetary side of the inflation and worsening the situation, and by extension impacting on the supply side, because there will now be the wage demand increase and all that, and that will also fuel further inflation. We are not even talking about the exchange rate side of it, that will also have high pass-through to inflation. So it is important that the central bank or the monetary authorities are mindful of this adjustment, which is just like a mirroring of what are the critical side that you should look at. So the advantage is that, and this sensitization is very good that MBS is doing this. What's important is that what are the drivers of inflation? What do you target? So if you are lowering monetary policy rates so that you expect that credit extension will lower, which sectors are they impacting? Are they impacting the services sector, the industrial sector, the agricultural sector? So important, the disaggregation of the drivers of inflation by the MBS in this new rebase is very important for central bank to look at those granular data rather than the headline inflation itself and start cutting rate. I think Professor Roko said it, Professor Waleke also said it. There is no, there's a need for, there's also a watching time. Do nothing but watch carefully on the part of monetary policy. The inflation numbers, we're not really doing full-time inflation targeting, or what we call explicit inflation targeting. But implicitly, central bank is doing that. So it's important that they also look at that the basing, bringing down the numbers, does not necessarily mean that inflation numbers are coming down, and they should not take policy directions misguidedly by following that trajectory. On the ratios, I think this is more important to the fiscal side, because the GDP numbers have increased now, just numerically, not in terms of real output, and Dr. Ayo also explained that, not in terms of real output that has increased, but in terms of whether the reassigning of the weight or the relativeness of which sectors have a higher weight and which other new players are coming into the system. So the digital economy, the insurance and all that, and the real sector that came into the economy is very important, because those are also drivers of the economy. And I think, as has already been said, these new GDP numbers, replaced numbers, is given additional room for borrowing. For me, I think this is time that borrowing is good. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. I think for Nigeria now, there's a lot wrong in borrowing. We should not continue borrowing again, because the borrowing is just like Professor Adenikuju said. We taught the economists and all development economists and propagandists like him said subsidy removal is the best thing to do. I don't know whether they're happy about it now, but you see him confessing that there are some other things that are supposed to be done. So this is a public, this is an elitist forum. If it's a town hall meeting, those are the people that will challenge that you guys caused it, because you're professors of economics and you gave this advice to government. Didn't you know there are other things to be done before you tell them to do it? So but we are seeing that now on everything in the economy. So for me, I think it is not time to continue borrowing, because we are not thinking of how to pay back, and that's why these ratios are important. We are able to borrow, not because, and I get that to some media, listen that, oh, Nigeria there's confidence in the economy. We are borrowing, they are borrowing us at a very high cost. Even Ghana borrows cheaper than us. Ghana is under IMF facility. Ghana had financial crisis. In short, Ghana defaulted less than 2 years ago. We have never defaulted, but they are borrowing cheaper than us. Somebody that is a debtor that did not pay is borrowing additional money lower than you that is paying. Something is wrong somewhere. So that we are borrowing, we are getting the money, is because these investors are looking for highest returns. And because our NPR number is up there and we're pushing it up there, we're not pushing it up there to drive growth in the economy. We're pushing it up there to bring in these investors. And they're coming in, like Professor Uche said, as FPIs, not FDIs. The director, the CEO of Agric will not be happy with that because those monies are just currency trading, which is not adding to output growth. So I think it is important we don't also get carried away with this the seed potential that there's a room, because I also read it in some of the announcements of government that now the threshold, the standard threshold is not more than 45% of your GDP, so we still have 3-4% window to move forward. Now, even before, we also had this concern about using debt to GDP ratio instead of revenue or revenue servicing to revenue servicing ratio. I remember some 2 years ago or less that the calculation actually showed that those numbers are negative. You need to borrow additional to pay your debt service. It's already negative, but you don't say those in the public. Like I said, I don't have any political risk. I can say it. If you quote me, you'll say, who is that person? I can't remember. If you say, Professor Adeniki to Nigeria NES, you see DSS will call him that to come and explain. So what I'm saying is that we have reached that threshold. So debt sustainability is very important, and I think NBS also mentioned it when they were giving their explanations around those numbers. We are already at the tipping point, and we need to look at those. So there's also a huge potential that come up between tax to GDP ratio, because that means you have potentials now to go. FIRS is doing a lot, and we're already seeing the backlash of that. I think they are managing it in terms of communication and engaging people on that. So we need to watch that. The last one, CEO, is public and expenditure to GDP, because the numbers have also jacked up a bit numerically. So government or the fiscal authority can say, okay, we have room to spend more, so let's go for supplementary budget. That will also have impact on inflation, have impact on other macroeconomic distortions in the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Assad. Moving on to Ayo. Moving on to Ayo. Ayo, so the strategies you mentioned of seeds, fertilizer, and irrigation, how can the successful implementation of these strategies lead to an agro-based structural transformation for Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Leo. Let me say, Nigeria can achieve an agro-based structural transformation by becoming more productive in terms of the primary production parts of the value chain of agriculture. It can only do that, it can only also unlock true economic potential. We talked about the manufacturing sector not contributing as much as the service sector to GDP. If you think through it, once you're able to produce the typical staple crops, the next thing to do is to intentionally develop your value addition, part of the value chain. And it doesn't mean we just have a fragmented approach in like developing processing centers across the entire country. Professor talked about having thermal stations where there are no gas infrastructure, pipelines. For us, is to critically look at clusters of where you have primary production and doing what I call the common centers within those areas for productivity. Now, the second part of the value chain is also logistics infrastructure, understanding what's being produced, the value add, and also moving it from from farm gate to production centers to the end users. You can do that by investing critically into that sector. The last bit of it is the storage infrastructure, right? Everyone talks about post-harvest losses. This is not just another jargon. These are real problems. The little we produce, the 1 to 2 tons per hectare I talked about, gets rotten along the line. And it means even though we're less productive, the little we have, we're not even, doing much about it. So over 60% goes to waste, as you all know. So being very deliberate about investing in storage infrastructure. It's not only for government to do, it's also for private sector. We're a catalyst as a bank. And everyone is saying that the government needs to put the money where their mouth is, indirectly. I can tell you authoritatively that every time I've met with Mr. President or our other bosses, the focus is very, very clear. What are we doing in terms of primary production? And what are we doing in terms of value add? How do we start? What are the systems that are required to make sure we invest appropriately? Even the DFIs we talked about, MDBs on coal, the programs that they invest, or the programs that they lend to Nigeria for, we're now trying to target programs for results. Not just to form the PIU that, in 5 years' time, they wrap up whatever they've invested in, it's not working. We'll come back in another 10 years' time to ask them again for, a loan to do the same. We're saying we want programs for result. These things should come through the Bank of Agriculture, where we put controls in place, M&Es in place to ensure that we're producing, we're utilizing this money, in the right way. So this is sort of the, some of the reforms. And as you said, yes, we're being recapitalized by federal government. And for us, we also want to be audacious in our thinking to flood our balance sheet and also be to raise more capital, very cheap capital to be able to develop more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ayo, for your insights. Next, Obiasika, could you tell us how your sector, the creative sector, can be supported, especially through funding options that can unleash the growth potentials?
Thank you. Well, I think there's a number of things. First of all, like everything else, if you really watch the Nigerian creative ecosystem, the cultural and creative industries, the creator economy, you will note that everything that has happened in spite of Nigeria. Let me put it like that. That it is the Nigerian person, the individual, and their native capacity that is being expressed, that is producing what you're seeing. We have had a deficit of infrastructure, so there is a need for infrastructure for the creative industry. There's a need for venues, for production lots. I don't like the word film villages, but let's say production lots, venues, and facilities that enable production. At the same time, as I mentioned earlier, when my office is being turned to hubs, they're just supposed to be the spoke of a larger hub network, partner with the public and private sector. We want to try to get to 1,000 locations. Because as much as you put stuff on digital platforms, you still need physical spaces that people can come into, where you can actually measure what they're doing, evaluate it, and push them to the next level. We think that this sector will deliver that $100 billion segment by 2030, but you need to inject a little bit of capital for us to get there. You can't give us a target and give us no money and then expect magic to happen. So there must be some level of investment to unlock the value and the opportunity that exists. That's a clear thing. It is also unfortunate that the biggest investments into this sector historically over the last 25 years are not by Nigerians. They're by foreign platforms, foreign stations, labels. Everybody else sees the Nigerian opportunity, apparently except the Nigerians. This is a massive problem, and that's part of re-educating the Nigerian elites, decision makers, government officials, economists. That's the reason why somebody called me and asked me, how could you sit there and allow Canal Plus to buy multi-choice? I said, show me the big media companies in Nigeria with the capacity to play at that level, right? It is all about scale. If there are certain companies, I don't want to mention names, but there are certain companies in Nigeria could easily have been 3-4 times the size of multi-choice. But they got lost. They got lost in politics, they got lost in other things. They didn't focus on the actual market. So the market is here, the numbers are here, the people are here, the talent is here. What has been missing is intentionality from government. So we have to commend this government for at least creating the sector, the ministry, and we have great leadership at this point in time. So once we begin to connect with the capital markets, look, Afrexim Bank has given us $200 million as a seed towards the Creative Economy Development Fund. That fund is $2 billion, right? Where are the Nigerian funds going to come into it? Nigeria has to step up to the table. It is very, very tiring to go around the world looking for resources. The question they ask you is, so what is Nigeria doing? What is Nigeria doing? The UK is coming, everybody wants to come, but we have to put a base level of our own skin in the game to enable us to multiply what we have. And what we have is by far the most talented people on earth, but you have to give them a little bit of a push. Knowledge, facilities, capacity will lead to the results that we're looking for. And this sector will deliver not just economic growth, but jobs as well. And it also deals with the young people of Nigeria as their primary place at home, which is, I think, something that I don't think any other sector can really attack that like we can.
Excellent, thank you very much. Now, moving on to Q&A, I've seen Dr. Ohuche, please. And next is Professor Berubi, and then the gentleman at the back. So start with Ohuche, yes, and
Thank you very much. I want to commend NBS for a wonderful work. I listened very carefully to the presentations, and I could imagine the enormity of work that went into that. There's a problem in my area that goes this way.
Introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Friday Ohuche. I work for African Development Bank for now. So I said there is a proverb in my place that says, if we want to go to hunt, we have to name the animal we're going to kill. If we don't do that, we might kill an animal without a name. And that is what I am, the area I'm coming from. My question, though it's rhetorical, goes to NBS. When are we going to rebase our politics? When are we going to rebase our politics? Because if we don't rebase our politics, and I can help by giving you areas, base years, you can use. Because if we don't do that, that is where my comment comes in now. This is what will happen. Our economy is the most inefficiently run one I know. In 2023, we spent 21.83 trillion to achieve 2.98% growth. In 2024, we spent 28.78 trillion to achieve 3.4% growth. Our economy, if you compare America, Canada, and Australia, the inefficiency in our economy is such that we waste money and achieve very little in growth. So, and this is a direct result of not rebasing our politics. The other one is that our economic policies of recent seem not to be rigorous enough to unearth where the skeletons are buried in our quest for growth. Why? Because our economic policies is serving politics. It's not serving growth. And in a conference like this, we should have seen politicians in this high table listening to what we're talking about, but we don't have any. So we just speak to ourselves. Everybody who is there high table, we've been speaking to these things for years, and nothing seems to happen because our politics has not been rebased. Until it is rebased, we cannot make progress. The other point I want to make is this. I listened very carefully to just this last point.
Okay.
I listened carefully to our friend from the Bank of Industry. Agriculture, sorry. I want to say that his story is the story we've been talking about for years. And that is that we have subsistence agriculture as the basic agricultural policy plank since 1960. Today, we are dying of hunger. Our numbers in international food insecurity is not looking good. And it is always get the farmers, give them fertilizer, do that. 2 PhD students published a paper in one university. I read the paper. Between 2015 and 2023, the total factor product for agriculture was 0.9. And what is it speaking to? Because we are relying on illiterate farmers. Give them fertilizer, give them this. And productivity is improving. So we need to do something. Our policies must address the critical challenges of what we are doing, and it must start from politics. Thank you very much.
Excellent, yeah. So, unfortunately, Ayo Sotirin is leaving. So let him just respond to this last remark before he leaves, please. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, for me, very quickly, I completely agree with you, Professor. And it's time to walk the talk, right? When I got appointed, it was a case of if we're not going to put our money where our mouth is and do the right thing, I'm out. I'm really not interested. I'm happy to sit on my farm and, try to produce food. We are at a point where we have a government who is quite serious about agriculture. And we believe that in coming months, you will see a dramatic difference between what we've been doing before. Also, you see a disruption within the agriculture sector. I must apologize, I really have to go. I have a very urgent meeting and I'm traveling as well. I would love to answer a lot of questions and talk to everyone here, but I really have to go. So sorry. Thank you very much, everyone, and it's been an honor to be on this platform. Okay, madam.
Association of Nigeria. Just as a follow-up to the issue raised by Prof, you actually talked so much about the issue of a low yield, low productivity, and so many of these issues. But something kept on that I kept on imagining regarding the life of the farmers, the insecurity. Is there any provision towards containing the security that most Nigerian peasant farmers are faced with? Recently in my community, a young lady went to farm with a brother, and the brother was cut down. And I don't want to talk about other issues. And this is an ongoing issue around the whole around all the corners of this country. So what effort is Bank of Agriculture making to contain these insecurity issues? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I can tell you one thing for free. This administration is very serious about security within the farms and also security of livelihood. Two things. The national data registry I'm talking about that gives us access to locations where the farmers are, their phone numbers, will have a proper data governance mechanism. However, ONSA and all other security apparatus or agencies has unfettered access to this information. If anything is happening in Patisco, they can log into the system, know where it's happening, call the farmers, maybe 4 or 5 farmers around the area, and they can deploy resources there very quickly. The other things they're doing that I really can mention. Number 2, we're also not doing just farmer and farm database registry. We're also tagging all livestock in Nigeria. Bank of Agriculture is working with the Office of the National Security Advisor to tag all ruminants, all animals in country. So with this thing, you know exactly where things are happening and you can respond to you very quickly. You see a lot of changes very soon, I promise you, mother. Again, as I said, I really have to go. I'm so sorry, and please forgive me.
And then the shocks came. And then honestly, we went poor. So our consumption of food out of our basket increased. So 2024, I know for many, it could be a shock, that's why I call it shock, temporary, their consumption of food as a fraction of their total income has increased, the expenditure on food. That's the context. So let's see. And this is what happened. Here I have the old method index showing the response of consumer price index to inflation here, to the shocks. You see how it rose from in June 2023, around between 22 and wherever, there, to 34 thereabout in just May 2024, and by December, when we wanted to do our we are already over 24.5%. So this effect was real for people, because that is the effect that made them change their consumption basket. Now I'm talking like an economist, not a statistician. Now, what we did with the rebasing of the CPI is to, in January, say, okay, in December 2024, say, okay, let's rebase it, let's recalculate it, let's expand the basket, let's look at the weight and everything, and start all afresh, 0 to 100. Let's start all again. And then, wherever we were there, about 15% in December, we got to where we are, 24-point-something% in January. This is the point I want to make. The point I want to make is that, I'll make it later. You have two different series. That's the point I want to make. Now, methodological shift, what really changed? Okay, we went through this with the MBS presentation, but I arranged mine to show that food reduction by up to this, I included non-alcoholic beverages, and water and electricity, the reduction in their weight, had important effect because the prices are fast rising and they are the most affected by the twin policies. So by reducing the weight of what is most affected by the twin policies, you are definitely understating the effect of the policy. Okay? Now, this, we've seen that. These are the changes. Now, going back to the point I said I was going to make, we have two different series that should not be compared. Any attempt, mentally or whatever, to compare them would make us make decisions, policy decisions that are not right. And that is the warning constantly the MBS has been making. You see, if you take the first diagram, first figure, you have the old series in blue. It has captured very well the effect of the two policies based on the weights in the old series. However, by resetting, changing the weights and looking at the prices and expanding the basket, we started a brand new series. That brand new series is the tiny one you've seen there in red. And I refuse to join it. Later you will see people join it. I refuse to join it to make the point. Now, if in November 2024, you bring everything to 100, you are rebasing it to 100, like we heard from Dr. Ayo, you would have to somehow preserve the recorded inflation under the old series to be able to backcast so that you can get month, year on year. The January, for instance, you have to start from December, backcast, preserve the recorded inflation, and then get the January of 2024 before you can get the January of 2025. And that's what they did. So these are two series. This is backcasted. This is the 100, our new base year. And this backcast has preserved this recorded inflation. Can you see? But look at the slopes. Huge difference. However, if you bring them on one diagram, you will see that that slope is actually preserved, because here you have the whole series overlaid on the new series, and it gives you this. So you have, this is the CPI. So the CPI had risen to nearly 850 from 2009. It rose to 850. But we don't want 850 anymore. We want something lower, 100. And then if you are to separate them, that's what I did here, to put the new base year on the right-hand side, you would see that that slope is preserved. And that is the method Dr. Ayo explained. So the argument here is that what you have here is purely methodological effect. Do not say inflation has fallen. No, do not say inflation has fallen by the magnitude of 10 point something percent. Once you do that, you are committing an error. And then if you continue with it, and I will show you, we have actually committed that error. That's the point of my presentation. And why. So, how do we interpret this? And I say, first, as at December 2024, prices did not fall. This has to sink well. We decided to bring prices as if CPI, as if we are resetting. That's the correct word, we are resetting. Now, the weighing of food and other prices have altered that inflation, that CPI. And one good thing we can observe about it from the policy side is that it has brought, from this figure 4, it has brought down the headline inflation very, very close to the core inflation. The central banker should be happy. The central banker, theoretically, actually, the argument has always been target what you can bring down. So if you instrument your demand management, demand side, why would you put supply side measures and then use them as a gauge for policy when you know their effect is on, the effect of your instrument is weak on them? Why? So remove those volatile prices and those you have no control over. So core inflation is the theoretically correct target, measure to target. We tried. And thank you very much, MBS, for getting these weights correct and bringing the core inflation closer and mimicking the headline inflation, or bringing down the headline inflation to mimic our core inflation. What is the implication of that? It means the constituents of our CPI now, and therefore inflation measure, would be more sensitive and more responsive to monetary policy, because there are smaller weights of those things that don't respond to monetary policy. Now, this figure simply shows how this gap between core and headline fall down. So one implication for monetary policy, I will show you later how that affects our outlook. Implication for monetary policy, yeah, so monetary policy will be more effective for the reason I stated. However, the problem is that, and it's so difficult to escape, despite the warning from MBS, whenever the Statistician General had time, he would explain, it's not that inflation came down. It is the rate of increase of prices that came down. So prices do not fall. Yeah? Now look at what happened. I call it false policy relief. So the central bank and NPC have been working so hard, tightening on our position. They will meet and raise, and then the media would, go on them, attack them for 6 consecutive meetings. Since 2022, NPR has been rising. And then all of a sudden, the CPI rebased was released, and look at it from their monetary policies communique. This is it. Now, I'm now talking like an economist. This is how an analyst would. They don't listen to what you write. They read between the lines and make sense of what you really believe. You can say something as a policymaker, but a good analyst will not listen to what you say. He would interpret, analyze, and make sense of what you really see, because some things are better hidden. Yeah, so just take this statement and see how I would think like an analyst. Following the rebasing exercise and the revision of weights of the consumption basket, constant, headline inflation for January now stands at 24.48% year-on-year, while food and core component of stood at 26.08% and 22.59% respectively. In view of members, the new base year and reconstituted consumption basket represent the current economic realities. Now, add 2 and 2 together. If I make this narrative, if I build this narrative, how can you critique it? How can you say it's wrong? 1, that meeting they held for the first time. And if I say, hey, the monetary authority wanted to make real policy rate positive, that has been their target. So they kept raising and raising and raising, but inflation was moving, and they will raise, inflation will move, and then all of a sudden, the rebased GDP reported a lower inflation, and now, what a relief. Inflation is lower than the monetary policy rate. If that is your target to make it real, what would you do? It's logical and natural. You stop raising. So they helped. What if I interpret that holding at that particular February meeting as a false policy relief, given their own statement? 1. So, implication again. So this is another point. And I'm making this as detailed as possible because I want the NBS to act, to help us as data consumers. Now, in monetary policy and theory, there's this Taylor rule, whether, like Dr. Hassan Mahmoud said, whether or not we announce it at the central bank, there is a target we're going for. It's inflation that is in our eyes. 6 to 9%. That's what we are going for. So there is a rule. And that rule, in fact, was the reason why the new monetary policy committee kept raising until they got it positive, the real rate. Now, Taylor rule is important. It's important, but with this jump or discontinuity, as I would like to call it, they cannot get a good picture of some of the elements of the Taylor rule. For instance, the gap, the inflation gap, which is the difference between the current inflation and the target inflation. How do they get it? It's a time series thing. So it can make them have either a dovish or hawkish bias by either understating or overstating the rate, the required rate of interest to reach that. So it's bad. So there's also distortion of historical policy reaction estimates. in the Taylor rule, you have these two parameters that measure the deviation of output from potential and deviation of inflation from target. Those are the two reaction parameters. That will be distorted because you don't have a series to estimate the two parameters. And things have changed. Consumption basket has changed. Consumer behavior, the most recent, the correct one, has changed. So we need a consistent current behavior backcasted to be able to get these two parameters. Now, it can also contaminate the output gap. So you have to estimate output gap, and then you have an inflation rate that goes through and then down. And then you use it in calculating your real output, and then you don't have a smooth output gap, especially if you're using HP filter to get it. Now, the lower reported inflation improves debt sustainability. This is for the fiscal side is well discussed in the last panel, but it suffices me to say that this lower reported inflation means yield on government bond would go down. It has gone down. It has gone down. Now, by going down, it means your repayment has also gone down, and then your ratios, debt sustainability ratios, will also go down, and then you have this false relief, like they said correctly, that now I can borrow more. So there is that thing to be afraid of. Lower than the rebased is a better index for transitional to inflation tracking. I love this part. Thank you very much, MBS, for bringing monetary policy practice here and now. Because part of the major problems preventing the central bank from changing their monetary policy framework is this instrument, whether the instrument is capable, is sharp enough to influence their target. If our headline included so many parts that have nothing to do with NPR or energy, for instance, or too much food, or there is little you can do. And inflation targeting is a commitment that stakes out your credibility as a bank. So thank you for that. So what is the implication for economic outlook? What I did is just to say, okay, look, the major institutions that we rely on for this, what have they done after our rebasing? It appears that for the World Bank, for instance, and again, this is messy because the data keeps changing. This mid-releases. Yeah, so I picked a few. The World Bank, for instance, says output has increased by 1% and CPI decreased by 1% in their forecast for 2025. For 2026, the World Bank maintained for GDP, I couldn't find the one for inflation, but for IMF, the difference is 0 for 2025, and they think inflation can fall even more. Yeah. However, if you check, you'll see that there is high spread in the outlook. So that tells you the level of uncertainty. People are still, and thank you for this sensitization, more documents should be out there. People are still chewing on the implication of this rebasing on output. So lower reported inflation can ease inflation expectation. And I love this, and it is true. How do you anchor whether anyone likes it or not, we now know and we believe the rate at which prices are rising is decreasing. Those who know, I'm not talking about those who know, the analysts understand this. So they anchor their inflation, they can be easy now on inflation. So that's a good thing, especially if it is sustained. If it is sustained, that is, if the underlying pressure that is still there, the fiscal and monetary policy keep hammering until they get it, they dampen it. What I'm thinking is that, look, now in our CPI, in our GDP, there are fast-growing ICT and ICT sectors that have more prominence in the weight. So by including it, GDP may actually rise, and inflation can still fall, can fall, because there are prices like ICT. Prices of ICT keep falling; they don't go up; they are falling. Where you see them rising because of the policy shock, it will go. It's temporary to go. But technology prices for technology are known to be falling. So it's a good thing that they have more prominence now, better captured, I would say. Now, sectoral distribution. All of a sudden, people are no longer talking about wage increases. That has to do with whether at the back of our mind, consciously or unconsciously, inflation has gone down. And there's another risk. Government will now turn away from the rise they used to give. Now they no longer give rise. Palliative, safety net. And we've seen that. So, and that does not take away the economic misery, unemployment and inflation. Economic misery is still rising. Now, for the small and medium enterprises, what we see for them, because their costs are increasing, energy costs are still rising, and their ability to pass on those costs to consumers depend on what they think the prices are. When they think the prices are falling, of course, they will be hesitant to pass on, and the consumers will be hesitant to accept higher prices. So lower reported inflation will also increase business confidence. We've seen that it can bring investment. So lower headline CPI could compress sovereign. I made this point, but for the capital market, the key effect is that people will run away from debt to equities, because lower inflation means lower yield for debt instruments. And debt instruments, they actually keep coming down. They're coming down. Policy and interpretation implication. I spoke about the false policy relief. Monetary policy has now a better index to target. I can't emphasize this enough. It's a nice thing. Then narrative control concern. There is this feeling that other politicians, we have achieved it. Inflation is falling. I have seen it in many fora that inflation has gone down. And the politicians are popularizing it. It's not good. It's not healthy for the credibility of the data. When the NBS is saying, wait a minute, this is what we have done, and then you are going there to say, hey, inflation has come down, people will stop believing in inflation. Like what happened to the unemployment data? Who cared now about unemployment? Because they don't believe that the data is accurate. So it's a very dangerous thing to do for inflation, for CPI. CPI is the most important, and I dare say, most important data we can get out of NBS. From the point of view of the monetary policy authorities. Now, for fiscal authority, fiscal policy, we spoke about that perceived expansion of fiscal space, and therefore want to borrow more or even undercompensate the vulnerable, turning their faces away from safety nets. Historical comparison problem. This is where I want the NBS to act. Traditionally, I think they have done that. So, rebasing creates structural break in Nigeria's inflation series, making historical trend analysis and policy evaluation complex. So we have to battle with dummy variable here and there, or do our own backcasting, which would not be reliable. So if you help with link chain, like you mentioned, give us a 10-year inflation data so that our analysis relating to inflation would not suffer. Public perception, without clear communication, that's where you're doing this excellent. Public mistrust data. Policy recommendation for MBS, let me be very, very clear. Rebasing is valid and legitimate exercise, and that should be very, very clear. It should be regular. What we can do to minimize this need to explain to people is to make it regular. I know the problems with the rebasing and the funding associated, but yes, as technology become, like you have done in this exercise, become more useful, we hope funding improves for you to keep it 5 years. I don't like the 10 years Dr. Ayo mentioned. let's keep it 5 years. That should be our ambition. Backcast new CPI, I think I made this point. Monetary policy authorities must maintain the tight monetary policy. How do we know? You see, that's my next point, I think. When you check the month-on-month inflation, when the series discontinued, you could see that it was a huge number if you annualize it. 241%. So the momentum is there. The pressures are there. The pressure is there. Do something about it. And I think that's for the government. Accelerate the supply side intervention, logistics, security of firms, urban mass transit. I've seen many terminals. Now, even in my village, Zaria, I've seen bus stops emerging. So government is doing something about transport. Farm inputs, terrible. I'm a farmer. Maize is 39,000 naira a bag per 100 kg. But the fertilizer you need is 70, 80, 90. That has never happened in the history of agriculture in Nigeria, the most that I know. What happened? I hear that border was open and the market was flooded. As a means of bringing down inflation, a better option would have been flood the market with cheap inputs first and then allow import. So if the price goes down, the farmer has lower input costs. He doesn't mind selling it at 38 when urea is 20. He doesn't mind that. Even he will not count it as loss compared to what he spent last year. But to just flood the market, bring down the price because you want to bring down inflation and destroy the farmers, that's not even fair. That's not fair. Yeah, so there are better ways of handling things. Green energy alternatives. I always say, why don't you move subsidies now to alternatives? NEPA, I don't know if I call it now, is not responding. They have increased the 200 and something per kilowatt hour. We are not getting the light. We still have to pay diesel to produce. And why don't you now flood the market, subsidize the alternatives, this wind farm, wind energy, this solar, subsidize them so that they are cheap. Once they are cheap, then people will move to alternatives. So the little they can generate will be sufficient for the industry. But we are not doing it. So green alternatives are out. Otherwise, why are we saying this? The future would be monetary policy will do their part. They will achieve lower inflation. Inflation would be reported as low, but because of these, the supply side that are not captured fully, people will still feel the pain as if they say inflation is low, but I feel the pain. So government has to work now that the supply side and other are taken out of the basket. That's the point I made. Thank you very much for listening.
Please, another round of applause for Professor Aliyu Rafin Dadi. He spoke with so much passion as one who is invested in Nigeria, and I know a lot of us has burning questions in our heart, but please, we'll keep them till after the panel session. So now, very quickly, it's my honor and privilege to welcome my boss, the Director of Research here at the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, Dr. Adedeji Adeniran, the adventurous one, for his...
Thank you so much, Gift. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, so I think I'm coming after Prof, so it's not very easy. He has dissected everything. So I think I will have actually changed my presentation from key insights to maybe small insights, but I'll continue. So next slide. Okay, I'm doing this. Okay, so what I will be presenting to us is, I mean, we've all had the argument, we've listened to a lot of insights since morning. Just a little bit of what could we make out of all of this? What does it mean for us? I think that's actually what I want to do. What can we do with all of this information? So, I mean, when you look at a rebasing exercise, I think it's more of an exercise that shows you and give you insight into the structure of the economy. And for example, I remember when we had the last rebased exercise, I work in the think tank industry. And in the think tank, I mean, you have always been saying we are high-grade led, we are high-grade stuff. Then overnight, we moved from being high-grade led to just service sector. So the whole structure changed overnight, and it gives us a little bit of picture. So anytime actually we talked about rebasing, I think one thing that everybody wants to know is what does the structure looks like. And I think in the new rebasing, it tells us about the structure. But interestingly, the structure didn't really, I mean, if you look at the structure in terms of comparing the before the rebasing and what we have, the structure actually didn't really change a bit. We still, the type of economy we have in terms of the share of all of the sector, the first sector, the second, and the third, all of them maintain their position, nothing changed. But I think it's also really just show you one thing that I think is very important in terms of the fact that, for example, industry, the manufacturing sector declined. And it's really continued what we can call the atypical kind of structural transformation. I mean, the typical transformation is aggregate to industry, right? And now to services. But in our case, from the old one, we have from aggregate to service sector. But now we're seeing that even, I think after the rebasing, then I think the government did a lot of, try to reboot and reindustrialize. So the question is, after we've seen what we have done, we still see that that continued the trend in terms of what people call deindustrialization of Nigeria. So it's a question in terms of the structure remain the same. The structure of the industry continue to suffer, and it talks about what the policy direction has been and what that policy direction should be. We've seen from the structure also that the service sector remains the largest contributor to the GDP. Of course, it slightly increased after the rebasing, driven by some of the key sectors there, like we've had in the morning. But also we look at the growth trend and what the growth drivers is. When we look at all the growth driver, what you can really conclude that you see almost all sectors has like a slight uptick in their growth rate, even when you compare both before rebasing and after the rebasing. But when you look at, I mean, even more, when you dive deeper, you see that some of those sectors that used to be having these large growth rates, they have more modest one. So it just shows you a kind of structure that tells us that a lot of things are happening in the economy, and it's really something that policymakers need to be thinking about. I think we've discussed a lot about the structure, so don't let me go into this because of our time. So we see some of the emerging growth drivers, the weight contributor of this, which one actually have expanded weight, which one has reduced share, and what the growth contribution in each of these looks like. So But I think the bigger question I want to talk about is in terms of the insights. I mean, the structure gives us a very way to really think where we are. But I think what should be important to everyone in the room is where we are going. And so we can ask the question, what does this mean for our growth trajectory as a country? For example, if you look at the graph, in terms of the growth rate, it shows this growth trajectory. But I think I like, as the SG in the morning when he was presenting, he talks about what our aim should be. We are aiming to be a $1 trillion economy. And we are aiming to be $1 trillion economy in 2030. So the question is, how do we get there? What do we need to do to get there? So we do some kind of look at our numbers clearly. And so this is like a kind of simulating the growth paths under different scenarios. So for example, we are talking currently about 3.38 growth projection. So if we are growing at that, what does our growth trajectory look like? You find out that, for example, without the rebate, I mean, before the rebasing, if that has been our growth rate, you find out that we will reach that that 1 trillion economy in 61 years. But, at the growth of 3.36. But if we actually look at the rebase, we have, it's improved, but not much. It's still around 43 years to get to 1 trillion if we are growing at that rate. Of course, we make the assumption that exchange rate is so stable that maybe the change is around 0.01% change per annum in the analysis. So it tells you that where we are going is still far ahead. And for us to get there faster, a lot of things need to change. We need to be more ambitious in our growth. So for example, when we then do the analysis, look at, okay, what if we are growing at more faster pace, let's say 10%? And if we are doing 10%, it will still take us 15 years, right? It will still take us 15 years to be a $1 trillion economy. And that is still falling short of where we aim for, right, in 2030, which is just 5 years. So it takes us 15 years. Our ambition is 5 years. So what can get us to that place we want in 5 years? The numbers, so we play with other growth scenarios. For example, if we look at the nothing changed in terms of maybe exchange rate dynamics and inflation dynamics, we are talking about to get there in 5 years, we have to be growing at 28% per annum. That is not, a lot of people will say maybe that's not feasible or that's too kind of a big goal we might not be able to achieve. So what happens if, for example, let's say the exchange rate strengthens to about $1,000, right? We see that the target becomes that we just need 22% growth rate in order to get there in 5 years again. So, but what about if it's strengthened to about 600 naira per dollar? And we find out that it gives us something modest in terms of how we can get there. About 10% growth rate will get us there in 5 years. So all this story, I think what we can relate to it is this. It shows you that we are not out of the wood yet. It doesn't mean that we don't really need lower growth. We still need much, much higher growth for us to get to where we are. So the question is, if I speak like an investor used to say that you are looking for what we call 10 baggers. 10 baggers is investment portfolio that can give you 10% return. So as a government, I think we need to be looking for our 10 baggers, right? Those kind of investment that can give us 10% growth. I don't think I have the answer to that, but just looking at what people have said, what can we do better? For example, if you look at our industry sector from the rebased exercise, it's less than 10%. If you look at emerging countries that we aim to be, they could still do between a range of 15 to even sometimes 25% as the kind of composition of industry sector. And if we are going to get there, and if you aim for that, these are kind of things that can, if our aim to really grow our industry that big, that is actually what I can call 10 baggers. I mean, it can really, we can grow faster if we can put that off, either by industrial policy, either in our industrial policy or we move up in the value chain through agro-industrialization. What else can we do? We can look at, as I mentioned, if we really can improve our exchange rate, that can also help a lot in things. And we can also think about policies that really improve exports, by incentivizing our export portfolio. And that could be many things. That could be whether we are leveraging African Continental Free Trade Area, for example, or we are looking at our process in terms of our ports system, in terms of reforming it to make things better. But also, I believe, really rethinking our export portfolio and focusing on that, it's another 10-bagger for us in terms of what can really deliver very high growth. We can also think about service sector. It's already very big, but there is much more we can do. We've seen that a lot of it could be in the informal sector. And formalization, digitalizing could also help. We can also think about how we can really inject some productivity kickers into those areas to make sure things grow better. So the point of my slide is this: our growth trajectory still tells us that there is a lot we need to do. And there is a lot, the pathway is not really close, and we still need to really discover those sectors, those areas that can deliver high growth and can also achieve other economic fundamentals. So that's one insight I think this the rebasing exercise is showing us. What about implications for other macroeconomic fundamentals? And I think we've heard a lot about this morning. A lot of people have talked about fiscal space, monetary policy. I think Prof has already said a lot there. Okay, so this is fiscal space. This is how our debt to GDP picture looks like. It's better, right? What about our HDI? It's better. What about our monetary policy indicator like real interest rates? That also is better. So the question is, how should we deal with it? How should we really relate with this information showing improvements? Is it artificial or something we need to just really embrace for it? And I think my point here would be that, in economics, there's a field that I think George Akerlof, he published a book, he called it Narrative Economics. And the argument of the book is that if you look at every economic direction, there's a narrative, there's a kind of, when we talk about numbers, there's a story behind it. And I think what I want to say is the debate we're having in this room is very important. It's actually part of really developing that narrative. I think the narrative ourselves and at the local level, at the domestic level is how can we really use this information for better policy making, and how we don't really rest on our houses and say this has changed anything. But I think if I were a policy maker in Nigeria, I will really seize the narrative externally to really use it as a way to really paint a picture that can really maybe support some more investors to be interested in Nigeria. So what I'm saying is, yes, there is change in the other fundamentals. Yes, is it real or not real? I think those are kind of very valid debates. But I think, for me, we need to own the narrative. And the narrative is that how do we really use this in developing a narrative that both we can use it to support a kind of structural reforms, but also to really engage externally in terms of how we discuss the economic pattern in the country. Sorry. Okay, the last insight that I think I'm taking from the rebasing exercise is, I think a lot of speakers also mentioned that. Okay, thank you. So a lot of speakers have also mentioned that is in terms of the rebasing exercise, I think really continue a kind of very not too good trend that we have very long lag in economic data analysis. And I can give you an example. I think a lot of people, sorry, this will be political, so I can deny it if anybody quotes me. But I mean, we've seen a lot of the discussion between maybe Peter Obi and Soludo in terms of poverty numbers in Anambra State during one regime or the other. And a lot of people, because I was actually, I happened to actually was working on the paper then, so we know that part of what happened was there was a change in just the way things were calculated. And it was not like poverty moves from 20 to 30% in 1 year, which doesn't look like, I mean, it couldn't have just moved in one state from 20 to 30 and nothing's happened else. So it just shows you that sometimes these things, it has implications. It's changed the narrative that we had out there. And so that trend actually continues. I can give you a lot of it. For example, the rebasing, it has like about 6 years lag from when we had it last, 2014, and now. And what is ideal in terms of 5 years ideal period? So we are thinking about 5 years lag. What about inflation? I mean, that's also giving us about 5 to 10 years lag in terms of the gap between the ideal. But it's not just these two alone. Look at our population census. We now have about 9 years lag, and it's still counting. So we can really say we don't maybe have a data for population because there's been so much change in terms of migration and structural changes in our economy such that we can't really say this is our population. Lagos is claiming they are 40 million, which is more than twice what the initial population census. So in a way, I mean, if you look at poverty rate, the last time we did it, it has about 3 years lag. If you look at unemployment rate, it has also some lag in when we do it and when when we should do it and when we actually when to time to do it. This has a lot of implications, and I want to speak to a little bit as someone who works in think tank, whereby we emphasize evidence policy making. We argue that, I mean, we have a culture change, we believe, as a think tank, that's our model, that data is crucial. And when policymakers have access to good quality data, they can make good decisions and we can see the effects in the public. But what happens when there is no data? All you have to rely is on intuition and analytical. Like for example, in population, I think a lot of people would say we are just really relying on intuitions and what happens in the past, not an accurate kind of population structure. And the implications is that we have high uncertainty, unpredictable outcome, and the policy risk of making decisions based on that is very high. In some instances, when we have incomplete data, for example, when there is a lot of lag in data, I think, Prof, you mentioned that when things are not regular, it means that we actually rely on incomplete data most times, such that we have inflation maybe, or we have something this year, but it's not really the complete reality of things. And when we also rely on that, the outcome is also not very, I mean, the policy risk, of course, could be not as high as no data, but the policy risk is there. The best outcome is always when we have complete data. Of course, we know that execution fidelity is critical, but I think that's left to the executive. For us, I think it's important we really put it on them that it's good to actually work. And I think we need to really, and this is not a criticism of MBS, it's also kind of a support, like nationally. We need to, I think if there is resources and everything for them to do it, they will. I mean, I think the capacity in recent times shows that MBS can do it. So it's about how do we really ensure that we stick to this, and it makes sense. So that's my last point, but I can really state it in the kind of story in terms of, so as I was presenting to this, someone tells me a story, and I want to share, it's a story, a very sad story. It's about someone that is sick, right? He's under the weather. And a doctor friend shared this with me. Most Nigerians will actually go and what? If you're sick and having temperature, you go and just buy malaria drug and treat, right? But the best thing is always to go for diagnosis. And this person, it's a very minor thing, but he went for diagnosis. And they found out that they diagnosed him for kidney disease, right? Now, the question is, because it was really early, the percentage of really treatment is 100%. So it's better off. But the question is, if they have delayed it for 2, 3, or 4 years, it would have been dangerous, fatal, and its chances of survival would have been. But it's not just about the someone's health, it's about the health of the economy too. There is also costs of misdiagnosis in economic policy analysis. So the question is, what are the kind of risks that we are playing with if we rely on trial and error data or diagnostics? What are the problems that, when we diagnose too late, are problems? What are the problems that could emerge? I think it's something we need to also improve. But more importantly, we need to ask ourselves, is bad data better than no data? Right? If we are working with bad data in that situation, what are the costs that is there for us to play? And I think I want to leave it on that note. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. Deji. I'm sure he ended on a very good note to every Nigerian. Please, if you don't feel well, do not take malaria medicine. Go to the hospital. Okay, so now we'll move very, very quickly to the second to the last presentation before the panel session, which will be handled by Dr. Rislanuddin Mohammed, who is the SA to the MD of the banker industry, and he'll be taking us through the old numbers and new numbers of the rebased Nigerian GDP. Please, a round of applause.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Even though yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. It's easier. It's okay. This one. No, she said it's through this one. Anyway, don't get into my time because they're already questioning me about time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the first thing to do is, importantly, is to thank NBS for updating us with most recent information about both CPI as well as GDP. And secondly, most importantly also, because of the general kind of skepticism among Nigeria as to what is the meaning of that number. What does it mean? What is its implication? What is there for me? It doesn't make any difference as far as my way of life is concerned and so on. This kind of product also is very, very important. And I thank MBS again for CC, and I hope that such kind of product will be organized in a more robust manner with more people getting engaged, getting understanding, even from the educated ones. It is very important that we understand because people don't simply just look at those numbers as mere numbers. So this is the background. I just want to talk briefly about the GDP issue also as old numbers, rather new numbers, but the same problems, old problems. And what do I mean? It's just like the point doctor just mentioned now about a doctor. In the same like manner, if I am a banker and a customer comes to me and he wants to borrow money to buy a house, and he lied to me, to buy a house, and he lied to me that he was going to do a contract. There is a likelihood that the business will fail. There's a likelihood that the loan will become problematic. Because if he asks me for a loan to buy a house, I'll give him a long-term loan. But he lied to me that he wants to do a contract, which is typically short-term, 3 months, 6 months, maximum 1 year, and the contract fails, and then the business becomes a failure. The same with sitting with the doctor, and so on and so forth. So I think the most important thing is synchronization of ideas to tell ourselves the truth. And so this information I'm going to give is basically what has been discussed since morning. I will try to be as fast as possible because I have already warned. Now, Nigeria rebased its GDP in 2014 after 20 years. And then again in 2020. And rebasing, basically, like we have had, is basically a statistical exercise to better capture structural changes. And basically, the whole idea of information coming out from NBS is for policy making, for clarity in policy articulation. So that is the most important. That is what we have got. And so while useful for data clarity, it does not solve any problem. It just highlights the challenges. And it is up to policymakers to use the tool of the information derived from NBS, either in the GDP information, whether it is GDP information or CPI, to articulate policies that will be impactful to the community. Basically, this, I don't want to take your time on this. It's some information that you can get from NBS websites, the methodology they use, and so on. Now, of course, we know that the base year changed from 1990 to 2010 for 2014 rebasing, which increased the GDP to 576 billion, and Nigeria became Africa's largest economy and 25th globally. And with sectors added, telecommunications, Nollywood, and so on. What is the impact of the GDP rebasing? First, the positive side, it improved debt and debt to deficit ratio, GDP ratios, both. Two, it reclassified Nigeria as a middle income country. That was 2014. And it helped us in attracting foreign investors because our ratios were seen to be good, we are indeed good at that time. Now, this is just a snapshot of the movement in GDP up to 2024. But what are the major limitations? Number one, no improvement in unemployment and poverty. Like I said, it is an information that NBS gives to Nigerians, give to investors, give to government, and it is up to government. It is very important to understand that because sometimes, with all respect, NBS get a lot of bashing, thinking that maybe they are just sharing figures or they are political actors and so on. The information is basically aimed at providing clarity about the macroeconomic variables and so on. But after 2014 rebasing, did we take advantage of the improvement in the size of the economy? The answer is no. And as you can see from the rather very slow, sluggish growth that we had experienced from that time. And apart from that, we had so many other challenges in between. 2 successive recessions, COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and generally the economic activities shrank despite the rebased figures. As a result, due in part, not by no means exhaustive in highlighting all those information, but these are the most critical underlying reasons that slowed down the economy. You can imagine over a 10-year period having 2 consecutive recessions, precisely even 5 years, 2016 and 2020. Now, what about 2025? Sorry, yes, 2025, 24 rebasing. Base year was updated from 2010 to 2019. GDP increased by 30% to $45 billion from $187 billion. Now, the 4th largest, not the 2nd largest, 4th largest economy in Africa, and 40th globally. And of course, the increase into over 300 trillion is more in Naira, due in large part to exchange rate depreciation and so on. And as you can see, 4 countries, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Algeria. South Africa now remaining the first. followed by Egypt, Algeria, and Nigeria as the fourth largest economy now in Africa in dollar terms. So, what are the statistical improvements? I will not waste so much time on this. We have already discussed about them. Real GDP growth revised slightly, 3.4 to 3.38. Debt to GDP ratio improved from 52.9 to 39.37. You can see it here, old as well as the new. Deficit to GDP ratio also improved from 3.87. All these ratios point to one fact that we have already discussions this morning. Analysts have already cautioned against. That is, to see this information as a potential means of going for borrowing. Debt to GDP ratio is lower, debt to deficit ratio is lower, so there is a room for borrowing. Think about it. Already Nigerians are complaining that debt to be, even because some years back, government officials keep on arguing that debt to revenue ratio, of course they agree, it has gone high, but debt to GDP ratio is okay even compared to our peers in Africa and elsewhere. Now suddenly, even the debt to GDP ratio started rising, and now there was a concern. And suddenly, there is a rebased GDP, which clearly showed that the debt to GDP ratio has gone down, which means there is more improvement to borrow. I want to align with the submission of other speakers this morning that while there is nothing wrong in borrowing, it is important that government becomes very, very cautious as to when and how to borrow, and ensuring optimality in terms of utilization of the resources. Now, this is where the problem still is. In fact, there was a problem, and the problem becomes more manifested in terms of revenue. Tax revenue to GDP goes down from 7.82 to 5.82%. Non-tax revenue also declined to 1.54% from 2.08%. This clearly highlights critical issue of fiscal and revenue challenges. As you can see, general government revenue, you can see in the graphic in the chart here, you can see general government revenue has increased to it was 14.44%. General government revenue to GDP, coming down to 10.75% post GDP 2024 GDP rebase. That means our capacity to generate more revenue has rather shrunk instead of expanding. Let us look at the two major macroeconomic variables. Of course, we have discussed, Prof has extensively discussed just now about inflation, 22.22%. Year-to-date average 23.5%. Exchange rate, year-to-date average 1,550. Excellent results has been going up and down, and evidently it is based on what we have, our colleagues have been talking about since morning on the fact that the preponderance of the money that comes in is largely FPIs rather than FDIs, or what they call hot money. So the money will come in and out quickly because we have taken two major policy decisions as a government. Policy decisions around exchange rate and around issues relating to withdrawal of subsidy. So there is now a kind of incentive for foreign portfolio investment, and that has also helped our country, in getting our rating improved. And because of that, we receive a lot of. That's why we are having relative stability in terms of the exchange rate market. But the argument made since morning is still valid, that there is still no clarity as to the fact that whether this money will stabilize the economy or not. What will stabilize the economy more is foreign direct investment, long-term investment, rather than portfolio investment. I try to, in terms of Human Development Index, to bring in comparison with countries that we see as our peers. India, Indonesia, and our own country in terms of HDIs. As we can see, life expectancy in Nigeria is 54.5 years, based on the World Bank data. And the mean years of school is 7.6 years. Poverty income base 56, 129 people. Multidimensional poverty based on MBS report some few years back, 133 million. You can see India life expectancy 72 years. You can see Indonesia life expectancy 72 years. So you can see clearly that in terms of Human Development Index, we still lack. And until we get another major report in terms of multidimensional poverty, we have no option than to rely on the last one presented by MBS in collaboration, I think, with the World Bank, which showed that multidimensional index rate for Nigeria, about 133 million naira living below the poverty line. What are Doc. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm done with this. Years of schooling is also comparative analysis. Okay, what are the implications? Basically, we have agreed that rebasing is an efficient and effective statistical technical tool, but it is not a solution. Nigeria's fundamentals remain weak: high inflation, low per capita income, and fragile fiscal as well as revenue base. A clearer picture is being presented by NBS, but if you ask an individual within the town, within our villages, he or she will say they have not seen any difference from when the data was presented and after the data was presented. They have not seen it. Why? Now, 2014 revision revealed a lot of potentials. We have agreed on that. While 2025 revision revealed failure to capitalize on those potentials, as we have shown in the growth trajectory of Nigeria, very slow, sluggish as compared to pre-2014 and just after 2014. From 2015, we experienced lots of challenges. By 2016, the economy went into recession, and then slow growth, and then by 2020, another recession, plus then coupled with COVID-19 and so on. Now we have two wars that directly or indirectly are impacting on our economy, especially our ability to sell oil, as well as vulnerability of the prices and so on. So what is my specific recommendations? Number one, it is important now. I am not asking for an increase in tax, but what I'm suggesting is there is a need to broaden the tax base. There are people that are supposed to pay tax and they are not paying. So first, bring in as many people as possible into the tax bracket. Broaden the revenue base, tax reforms already in place, formalize the informal sector, and so on. Number two, invest in human capital. If we are to borrow, we should ensure that it is invested optimally in human capital, education, health, infrastructure. And number three, we have seen over the last 10 years that the policy direction of the country, both monetary as well as fiscal policy, sometimes instead of complementing each other, they end up contradicting each other. So it is important to have to optimize on the information provided by NBS for at all times fiscal and monetary authorities to work in tandem with each other. Even as at now, we're already speaking about the direction of monetary policy. 27.5%, even over and above the inflation rate. The expectation is inflation is being targeted, and that might inform the reason why NPR is 27.5%. That might inform the reason why there is a liquidity squeeze, 50% CRR, 30% liquidity ratio, and so on. How can a bank operate with 50% liquidity ratio? Sorry, 30% liquidity ratio and 50% CRR. Where is the money? Everything has been sterilized. And meanwhile, if you are to look, juxtapose that into the, sorry, I don't want to directly use the statement of the politician, but the policy direction of the president, the reform agenda of the president, which is to say that lending ought to be at a single-digit interest rate. How do we synchronize that? Single-digit interest rate is what Mr. President wants, so that the small businesses can grow, so that bigger businesses can grow more, so that jobs can be created, so that lives and livelihood can be improved, so that insecurity can be reduced, and so on. But I have not seen that synchronization of the direction of the thinking of Mr. President with monetary policy direction up to now. I start to be corrected, and that, like I said, we can support SMEs so that it helps in reducing multi-dimensional poverty. They are the biggest employers of labor. By Smeden's data, there are about 40,000. Sorry, it's 40 million. About 40 million SMEs. Think about half of those number operating and employing 10 people. We won't be talking about unemployment. We might not even be talking about insecurity, because definitely social crisis will have reduced. Okay, my final thoughts. Like I said, rebasing is a wake-up call, but it is not a victory lap. Lessons from 2015 and 2014 and 2025 are very clear. Accurate data is vital. We are past that. But only reform drives development, not data that we receive from MBS. It's a necessary condition, but the sufficient condition is the reform and improvement of the economy. I thank you very much, and I'm sorry, I will just put a caveat that this is my opinion, because in the morning the DG of MBS spoke. He spoke as DG of MBS. His colleagues, while he was sitting down, his colleagues spoke. They spoke as staff of NBS. So they represent. What I'm presenting, I'm not presenting anything about Bank of Industry. So I honor. Now, if they come and say yes, don't look for the MD or BOI. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for him, and please be rest assured that DSS is not coming after you. Thank you very much. So we're going very quickly. Once again, I just want to, on behalf of CC, apologize for, we've gone way behind schedule, but we'll see how we can, quickly tidy things up, and we'll be out of here in no time. So we're now going in for the final session, the final presentation for the day, before we then finally go into, yes, final for the presentation, then finally the panel session. Okay, so please let's welcome Ms. Peace Olubere, who is the Chief Operating Officer at the Analyst Data Services and Resources. She'll be speaking on the implications of the rebased GDP on Nigerian sectors and transformation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So So most of the things I'm going to be talking about have been said earlier today. So I will just speak to my slides straight because I have just few minutes here. Thank you. All right, so I'm supposed to talk about this. Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. So we've talked about the results. We'll just say implications, then structural transformations, then I think. Okay, so we've talked about the GDP rebasing exercise, and what we actually want to achieve is that it's for us to provide a more accurate picture of the economy, capturing structural shifts and emerging sectors that have evolved over the past decades. And these we've actually dealt seriously on in different sessions today in today's presentation. What are the justifications? A lot of rationales have been stated. I would just say that the rebasing is particularly critical for Nigeria due to we have rapid growth in tech, digital services. There is also need to align with international statistical standards. We've heard that before. And most importantly is to equip policymakers with reliable data. We've said that, I think Dr. Adedede said that, to make informed decisions, drive economic growth, and improve the overall well-being of Nigerians. All right, so in the global space, several countries have done that. We've just compared the top 3 countries now, with Nigeria being the 4th. And we've seen Ghana's GDP expanded after a rebasing exercise that changed their base year from 2006 to 2013, making them the 6th largest in sub-Saharan Africa. We've seen Kenya changed their base year from 2001 to 2009, and 25.3 increase in their GDP. So for Nigeria, it's not something new, but these are the past rebasing episodes we've had in Nigeria. And looking at this, the significant thing we see is a significant upward revision on the size of the economy, looking at the 2014 rebasing exercise from $270 billion to $510 billion, right? And as at then, Nigeria was the largest economy and 25th largest globally then. So, okay, we've said some methodology. I think the MBS did on this, so I don't need to stay on this anymore. These are the key changes in sector compositions that we see in the current rebasing that we have for 2025. Right, so we've seen these results today. Several presentations have done that. We moved from 277 trillion from the whole rebasing to 372, and this is sector distribution. Industry at 16.7, agriculture at 27.8, services at 55.5 for the current rebased data. Now, let's look at the share, that's the size, and this is the growth per sector. So I'll be dealing more on sector, right? So this is the sector performance for the 2024 rebased figures, and this is what we have. The leading sectors contributing to the Nigerian economy output are agriculture, trade, real estate, ICT, manufacturing, and what have you there. And these are the fastest growing sector. So for the fastest growing sector, we have the financial and insurance services at 50.03%, transport and storage, arts, entertainment and recreation, water supply, amongst others. So what we have here is comparison between the old GDP and the rebased, and let's look at the sizes. A lot of changes have occurred, and we've seen sectors like human health and social services increase at 298%. Arts increase at 266%, like that. Then we're seeing declines in construction, a decline of 28.2, mining and quarry to 16.4. So overall, the revision suggests that there's a significant shift in how the economic activities are seen, right? So some certain sectors are gaining prominence, others are just being moderated. So that's for size, and this for growth. So we compare the whole and the rebased value for the sectors, and comparing them, seeing notable changes. The most significant growth revision is seen in administrative at 20.03% and real estate at 5.80%. And likewise, we have some decline. So there are cases of sectors that grow faster and are also having larger sizes, and these are such sectors. There are cases of larger and faster growing sectors. So these are the top sectors that we see in such cases, in such scenarios: admin and support services, arts, real estate, trade, then professional science and tech. So what is the implication? We've said some things about the plans. I think Professor Adenikeju, when he was talking about the National Development Plan this morning, this is where we are, 3.38. this is where we are going, 5.43. We see that we're still underperforming what the country has in the medium-term national development plan. For following the NDP, the Nigerian Agenda 2050, both plans have goal of reaching the $1 trillion economy. We've said that. But we can see that the exchange rate used there was around 500. So if I can say that never devaluation is like a major drag in meeting the vision of the $1 trillion, right? So let's note that the Nigerian economy is growing in naira terms and also amplified by the new rebasing that we just had now. Exchange rate harmonization and depreciation is like a major factor that we have to consider that is responsible for the lower GDP when we convert it to GDP terms, right? Okay, so let's stay to structural transformation. So for the structural transformation, I'm trying to beat my time. We've talked about the principle of moving from mainly agriculture to industry, then service-based sectors, right? And this is very important because as economists and policymakers, we must be interested in the structural transformation of our country. And there is need for us to pay critical attention to this, right? So what do we have for structural transformation? We can see the old rebased years from 1960 up to 2013, and these are the periods of rebasings that we've had. You can see our Greek here at the lower part, we have the industry there, and we have the service. And what do we see here? We can see that overall, agriculture share over time has declined from 64.27 from 1960 to 38.45 as of 2013, using our old data rebasing, right? And the industry sector as it then rose from 10.64%, it peaked at 48.04 there, and dipped to 22.66%. So after this particular one, that was when we now have the 2014 rebasing, right? So this is the structure for the 2014 rebasing. NBS casted up to 1981, so this is the data. So what we have here is, we are seeing a different structure from what we have previously, right? Before, we are seeing a great decline, an industry doing well to some point, so we can see services, but what we have here now, agri is coming back up, industry is at the middle, the blue one declining, that's what we have. And we can see the structure maintained in this 2014 of the economy, what we can see shows that there's not a deviation. The service sector, on the other hand, is seen to be experiencing a major increase from 27.78 to 56.89. This is for the 2014 rebasing. The new rebasing now for 2025, this still maintains what we had in 2014, what we did in 2014, what we had. And this trend shows that we have a weakened industrial sector with Nigeria's economy now more focused on agriculture and services. I don't want to dwell more on this because of time, but I'm sure Prof said a lot of things about it at the panel session earlier today. So let's compare these different base years together. When we compare the different base years that we've had, the old and the new, what we're seeing is that overall, Nigeria has undergone significant structural transformation, but the trend, particularly for 2014 and 2025 rebasing exercise, shows that we are deviating, and it indicates that the country is advancing more into services than into having a robust industrial sector. That's what it shows. What's the implication for stakeholders? I won't dwell more on these ratios because we've said a lot about them. For GDP per capita, we can see that in 2024, okay, what we did here is to look at the old and also the rebased data. So in 2024, before rebasing, the per capita GDP dropped to 806, right? So after the rebasing, it adjusted to 1078. This financial deepening, money supply as a ratio of GDP, and this is market capitalization. We can see the decline there. For total revenue, I think Doctor just presented something on that for us too. Total revenue as percentage of GDP, there's also decline both at the consolidated government and also for the federal government total revenue. Deficit as percentage of GDP. Okay, so with the rebased GDP, the consolidated deficit shrinks to minus 1.96, and also the federal deficit at minus 1.49. Everybody has said something about this one. All right, so I'll be talking on data consistency. I'm a data person, so consistency in data is very, very important. So notice that every time we have the Nigeria, if we conduct the GDP rebasing, the structure changes, okay, then the changes also leads to some structural breaks as a result. The impact of this is for researchers and policymakers. We should be able to say we have consistent data, just like Dr. Adedeji said, and we have to be able to see what the economy is evolving into. So after the rebasing data for the new year, for the new base year, we start seeing a new data set. We should be able to compare across years. I know for the 2014 we had a backcast to 1981. We don't know if we'll be having one now. We should be able to use our data to build reliable models, but if our data, let's say we have data that are broken just in between, that may not be feasible or possible for us to do. We should be able to provide effective policies using this data, then avoid misleading trends that can emerge due to changes in how sectors are measured. This is a summary of all the indicators. We are looking at who is having the most impact, the direction of the impact to the household, to business, and also to government. So the summary here just shows that government appears to be like the main beneficiary of this exercise, and therefore they need to see how the benefits can be distributed across other agents. Okay, in summary. Right, so the summary of my presentation here is just to say that we've done the GDP rebasing, we've moved, we've grown, and it reveals a more diverse and digital integrated economy because we've incorporated sectors, different activities that we've looked into in a more broader form. Then also, without sustainable grand policy action, fiscal reform, diversification, industrialization, which is key, financial inclusion, the rebasing remains a statistical upgrade, just like what Prof said, not an economic transformation. So we need these key things to actually drive the economy. Every rebasing changes the structure of the economy, I just said that, which can create structural breaks. So it may make it difficult for us to look at economic structure over time and also to measure long-term trends, which is very, very important for us to do. So the impact of rebasing has mixed implications. We've looked at that across different agents, but who is most beneficial, like I said before, is the government, and what they have to just do is to make sure that they distribute this across other agents so that they can benefit. I will take the last thing here will be recommendations and just a few things. Let's focus on sectoral diversification that can create decent jobs, strengthen the link among leading sectors. We said that we can draw lessons from integrating of analytics into GDP computation, invest in institutional capacity for better policies. Let's adjust our physical policies to be inclusive, to be sustainable, and also to be able to drive our economy in a long-term economic vision. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give this piece another warm round of applause for keeping to time, and also a round of applause to yourselves for making it thus far. It's not easy. Thank you. So now, like I said earlier, finally, we're now going into the panel session, which will be moderated by Dr. Ogo Okiti. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. For the purpose of this session, I'm a non-economist. So, how many people are like me here? You are not an economist. Please raise your hand. You are not an economist. Please raise your hand. I just want to know whether whether we are actually in the majority. I want to know where to start.
Okay. Thank you. So, I mean, jokes apart, thank you so very much, CC, Dr. Chu. I mean, thank you so very much for organizing this. Even though I came here just about, just before the end of the first session, I've totally been, enriched, enriching sessions and listening to very, very top economists in Nigeria on the great work done by NBS and the Statistician General. So congratulations, CC, and congratulations, NBS. Thank you so much for inviting me. So, we have listened to 4 presentations because I was not here when the first set of presentations were made. So we've listened to 4 different kind of presentations. Listening to Professor Rafin Dadi was like taking me back to monetary policy economics 101, you know. And thank you, Dr. Adeniran. Thank you, Dr. Islamidi, and of course, thank you, Peace, for those insights that you shared. So we are going to move very, very quickly to the panel session now. I believe I still have some of the same people here, if I'm correct, if that's correct. Okay, except for Dr. Sanusi that has left, is that correct? Or is it being represented? Okay. Okay, so I will just quickly invite the panel to discuss this presentation. So we have Professor Akpan Ekpo, who is the former DG, YFM, and former Vice Chancellor, University of Uyo. Please give him a round of applause as you can. Former Head President. Oh, former next president. No, it's okay. Even if it's former president, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you very much, sir. And I know so much about Professor Akpan, but one of the things that many people don't usually say, and we should give you your flowers, sir, is that every time you find a place they are sharing knowledge is there. Everywhere they share knowledge is there. This is someone that loves economics. So this is not one of those. So thank you very much, sir. And I would also like to invite Robert Asogwa, who is a macroeconomist. Did I pronounce that very well?
Yeah, represented by Dr. Hassan Mago.
Okay, Dr. Hassan Mago, please give him a round of applause. You're welcome, sir. Then I have Dr. Ifediora Amobi, Consulting Partner, CEO, E-Concept Consulting Economist. Welcome, sir. And then Dr. Joseph Ogebe, the Head of Research, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. Where is it? You're welcome, sir. And finally, Dr. Solomon Oluwaseun Okunade, Head Department of Economics, Chrisland University, and DEDEC Research Lead. Where is it? Oh, thank you very much. So I thought I would actually have a lady. So no lady, no problem. All right, no problem. So the questions I have here are actually very simple, and thank you so much. I have quite a very rich panel here to speak to the issues. You listen to the 4 presentations. The questions are not exactly on those presentations, so I would just like you to give your own thoughts. The first question is, there have been debates, or let me say presentations on the methodology, on what actually changed, what rebasing means. So there's been different dimensions of that rebasing. So the first question I have, and for everyone, So I'll start with Prof, and we just go like that to open and make it as part of your opening remarks. Is what are your views on the rebased GDP and CPI? And we are talking here in terms of the methodology. Where do you think the methodology and the figures capture the current realities of, for example, the cost of living, and what are the improvements that you would recommend? And this is very important because if we are going to stick to the 5-year that has been recommended by statisticians, I think that the next rebasing exercise, we should in a way start preparation for that. And I think listening to all this presentation, there has been some dimensions of what we could have done better, of course, irrespective of the great work that has been done by MBS, but we can always improve on that. So Professor Akpanse, what are your views on the rebased GDP and CPI in terms of technology methodology? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. If you don't mind, let me just spend 1 minute of my time to thank the MBS and the Center for inviting me. For those of you who are very young here, let me say that what the MBS is doing is, in quote, taking a very big risk. Because you cannot differentiate economics from some politics. In 1983, for lecture 2, the central bank used to calculate inflation rate. And they came up with the rate that government did not like. Directors were arrested, taken to the very serious, taken to the barracks and locked up for some days. That is how the decree was passed. And the FOS will be in charge of the inflation rate. So we should take this data very seriously. Fast tracking it, fast forward. The US president just sacked the head of the government because he didn't like the numbers he was getting. So I want to thank the MBS.
Let me say, I am seen as an orthodox complaint, but I differ with a lot. I'm left of the profession.
Okay? I think inside the box before I think deep inside the box before I think outside the box. So I reject a lot of the orthodoxy. What you have done is very important. What you have done, you have shown to us that over the years, we have been developing underdevelopment. I will say that. All the rebased years, all these methods, you're not right, wrong. The assisted methods. But it has shown that the economy has not made progress. Okay? Since 1963, the manufacturing sector has been contributing less than 13% to GDP. Even your rebasing has shown that there's no much difference in terms of what we had before. The differences are very marginal in terms of increase. The vital sectors are negative, okay, which is showing that the implementation of neoliberal policies cannot fast-track the economy. The GDP growth of 3.4% should not be celebrated because research results show that you have to grow double digits and then 15% sustained 15-20 years to have a dent on poverty reduction. That is basic, okay? And I've done all regression, I've done modeling. That's something very important also. 1995, we incorporated in the macro model the informal sector, but we had no data to run the results. You've shown that no matter the challenges, you obtain data. So I want to thank what you are doing. I'm also aware that you've been harassed a few times. You may not say it here. Your predecessor, we had to intervene for him to save his job because Nigeria had 2 poverty rates. Poverty. The MBS did one, was 9%. Government didn't like it. They brought the World Bank to do their own. The 3.3%. I told the Javan, I'm not coming to your summit, to your meeting because you have to use the same method that the MBS used and get different results. So that's why I'm here to thank you for what you are doing. I'm not here to criticize what has been said. Nigerians are very competent technical people, as we've seen today being demonstrated. The problem is that the political class will then listen to these numbers. That is the issue. So I won't criticize the method in the sense that it's accepted, it's global best standard. They're using the 2008 SNA account system. Okay. My only concern is that in terms of implementation, the lag, the delay, the lag is the main problem. Okay. We have shown that recent figures show that capital inflows into the country, about 95% or so is foreign portfolio investment. That is hot money. It doesn't build the country, it doesn't develop the country, okay? Then the data you also show, in terms of manufactured imports, as a ratio of total imports, about 55% or so, meaning that we are not, the economy is not diversified. So oil remains the defining structure of the economy. Oil. That's our major problem. Until we accept and realize that we are going to have problems. Now, we all shy of, see, as academics, we have to tell truth to power. The boldest reforms in my mind is not the present reform. Most of you maybe are very young. There was a social adjustment program where all sectors were distributed at the same time. Okay? So what we are saying here is not new. There was an over-dependence on the market. Okay? And it doesn't work that way. All the countries we are measuring and we are emulating, China, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, they have strong state sectors. China, that you are mentioning, when I last checked, had 434 state-owned companies that operate under marginal cost pricing. Okay? So we say government should provide the enabling environment. It's not free. It's not free, it's costly. So the point I'm making is that the countries we are trying to emulate, they don't implement. I challenge my colleagues to show me one country that implemented neoliberal policies and has fast-tracked development. What they do is that they do what the result is what we are going to see here. There will be trickle down. As you do the reforms, one person will gain, another 8 will lose. You want to fast-track development, you have to have a state that believes in development and take your numbers seriously and begin to implement them. Okay? So if you look at the investment GDP ratio in Nigeria, it's about 13%. So I'm sorry I cannot answer your question. The methods are, we're economists. You can't follow the methods. There will be different methods. What they've used, they've got the results they're supposed to have. So my issue is that how are we going to, as somebody said this morning, where are the political class here? So they can see these numbers, take it serious, implement what I will recommend, and maybe we may be the first country to apply those policies and make it. But I doubt it.
Prof, thank you so very much, because that question will definitely come before the end of this conversation. But I want to move to you, sir, and I'm asking you the same question. And if you like, you can same part of Prof and answer another question, other than that which I can give him. So, well, these are my questions. What are your views on the rebased GDP and CPI? I mean, you can highlight one or two areas that you think require highlights. Like I said, we've listened to 4 fantastic presentations. You can respond to any of them, or you may want to take to just a summary view, which is like the data don't really matter. It's what we do with them that counts. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think I will take option B. I will rebase my responses based on Professor's. Yes, when I was a young guy in Central Bank, we were trying to develop ourselves, and they asked us to go and publish paper. I wanted to go and look at Prof's publications. I had just 3 papers, and I was shouting all over the bank, and he had over 200 that time. I just kept quiet. There's no need for me to just so I'm rephrasing my thinking now to take a lower. I have 3 or 4 points to speak about, and like Prof said, mine are just my observation. It's not a critique of what the MBS has done, but like as economists, econometricians, we look at those numbers. One, for the GDP rebase, the base year choice, because what I want to look at here is the choice of the base year, which is the discretion of the MBS. We cannot claim to have superiority of choice because they have more data and information set. But from our own out of the box analysis, the base year for the GDP, 2019 as against 2025 or 2024, looks quite moderate. The volatility in GDP has also been very moderate. But for the rebase of the CPI, taking 2024, compare number one, CPI numbers are highly granular and high frequency data and very many data points compared to GDP. The contributors are so many. So taking 2024, when things are already, many things have changed, Naira has been devalued, inflation is way close to 30%, and using that to project 2025 just hit so many things. So many things were just buried there. I know the central bank will note that, and they will have to do their own out-of-the-box thinking. And that is why it is becoming extremely difficult. It's good that we're doing this sensitization, and this sensitization should also be something like town hall kind of thing, so that other players within the economy will play a role, because the informal sector is also part of the contributors to that inflation expectation. It's not just the elites or the investors alone. The ordinary people on the street also contribute to that inflation expectation, which is critical to the central bank. So the base year for CPI has lost a lot of data transparency in that space, but I'm sure MBS has their reasons for that. Also, the realigning of weight. Dr. Ayos said we don't allocate weight, but weight allocation is attaching importance to those sectors. And now new sectors have come, so that there's going to be a redistribution of that weight. The choice of those weights are relative, based on the understandings and what they call staff estimates or staff projections from the MBS side. Some of us economists have some problems with that. While we're talking of growth or GDP growth, we should also be mindful of inclusive growth. And I gave an example in the morning where real GDP growth does not translate to reduction in poverty. If there are metrics of looking at inclusive growth that are employment generating and poverty reducing, it will be more important an indicator of the performance of the economy or the value addition to the. So that realignment, and I think the lady that spoke last mentioned that about the structural breaks that we are not seeing in it. The graphs showed how very quickly the industrial sector is narrowing compared to other economies, while the services sector is expanding very fast, particularly from 2019 or 2017. The point is that the services sector, yes, is contributing largely to GDP, but its contribution to employment engagement is lower because of technology and digital economy and that. So the industrial sector is more learning by doing and is more impactful on employment and poverty reduction. So yes, I agree, the creative sector is also one guy. Davido is earning more than some states combined in Nigeria. So and those are talents that you just, it's not like it's employing 1,000 or like them with employing 200,000 people and all that. So giving higher weight to those factors that contribute to GDP, will be losing some content of poverty reduction or increase in efficiency of livelihoods of people. Now, the other part, MBS also mentioned it in their analysis, is the credibility of the underlying data. They mentioned how it is difficult. We know there's likely surveys, and surveys are as good as the questions of the survey. Yes, so and then the statistical method of analyzing the survey is a different ballgame, but the questions you're asking, who you are asking, and what are the surrounding factors that is influencing those that are asking are very critical, but I'm sure that's the only source that you look at. Now, our consideration of rebasing is just on two. I know MBS does not have all the financial resources to do all that, but I just felt that there are other critical macroeconomic variables. I don't know whether the employment number that they did was also a rebasing, or we saw it jumping from 33% to 4 or 5%. But we need to look at other parameters in that game. When the director of research here made his presentation and gave some projection that if we have an exchange rate at 600 naira to $1, we can be able to quicken our trip to $1 trillion economy to 10 years. There are a lot of other variables that are involved. If you are going to bring exchange rate to 600 naira to $1, your interest rate will be around 30%. If you are not able to get domestic resources, if you're going to bring inflows, you have to have a very high, what they call real effective interest rate. So if inflation is not brought down to 5, so before you can do that low interest rate, if our inflation should be around 2 to 3%. If MBS, unless MBS will go to their state and get some Babalaos to do that for us. But if it is the statistics we are seeing, to get our inflation number to 2% in 5 years, it's going to be miraculous. I don't say it cannot happen, it can happen. So if you're unable to get inflation to 2%, and you're bringing exchange rate to 600 naira to $1, let's assume that it's a devaluation by central bank, then you'll be doing interest rate over 30, 40%. You'll be killing your domestic economy. So that's why I said other macroeconomic variables are very important. So the underlying factor, MBS also said that the informal sector is still large, even though they are capturing the informal sector, but we know the subjectivity in that informal sector. So the missing structural trajectory is important because for central bank, if you are missing that structural, for the econometrics in central bank, because central is largely around inflation forecasting, particularly for inflation targeting regimes, or even monetary aggregate targeting regimes. So that forecasting, if you are losing this structural transition, the young econometrists used to have something they call F statistics. I don't know how they calculate it now, but you have these F statistics that normalize that structural breaks in your data. So if it is missing, then your end results, your R square or whatever squares you are reading, will be extremely porous, and that is dangerous for policy analysis. Lastly is the communication, which is MBS is doing now. It's very important that this sensitization is extended beyond economists and investors and professors and down to the market women and all that, and television programs, so that people really understand what is going on and how they behave to inform monetary policy anchoring and expectation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so very much. And thank you. So with Dr. Amobi, I would like to modify my question a bit because, I mean, I have too many professors on this desk and I want to get as much as possible. Does this methodology, does it really capture the realities that we see today? And the reason I'm asking that question, I'm looking at what has happened not only in the Nigerian economy, but also in the global economy in the last 5 years. Even though in my conversation with SG, I mean, this exercise started a few years ago, but there's been, what I'm trying to say is that if you compare the last rebasing exercise with this one, what has happened in the last 5 years in the Nigerian economy is nothing compared to what happened in 20 years before that one. So, does this rebasing capture the realities that we see today? And then the follow-up question will be, is there a way that we can actually still improve it? And I think our audience will be interested in that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes, as a matter of fact, there's still that gap between the rebased exercise and reality. After listening to, 7 different presentations today alone, there is no doubt that the rebase practice has actually provided current data for Nigeria. We're glad it has increased our economy. We've seen all our indicators go up, GDP per capita, debt per GPT ratio, all of those ones, which is good. However, it doesn't address the current economic realities, the structural realities, the social realities on ground. Because the problems we had yesterday still exist today. Now, the rebasing is good, and it's something that we have to do periodically. When we go back 2010, 2019, and then now, we have seen changes within the economy, yes, whether plus or minus. But was it a result of the figures? To a large extent, no. Now, the key question is, you've rebased. We've gone through this exercise. What's the next step? What do we do next? Now, the good thing that has happened here is that we have been able to use this exercise to now identify new areas, new sectors, within our economy that were not captured previously. So that in itself, we now have to now spend time, allocate resources, allocate assets, etc., to these new areas, because these are growth sectors. If they can perform the way they're performing under the challenges that we're currently facing, then you know that if you intervene to a certain extent, you can even, grow them even further. And so, there are lessons to be learned. There are, gains that we have experienced over time, and a lot that we can improve upon. We've all talked about the good indicators, all the positives from the last presentation by Peace. We saw all the green arrows going up. Those are good, but we have to be careful, especially on the political side, and not use those, to start showcasing that government is now making progress and improving the economy, and see all the indicators are going up and use it, for the next elections, etc. Because these are just statistical. The exercise has grown the Nigerian GDP by about 30%. It doesn't mean that the economy has improved by 30%.
So, I totally agree with that. But I've been listening to this all day, and this is my own understanding. Yes, we have the rebased GDP shows that the economy has grown, right? Okay. But my whole understanding of it, and I'm trying, like I said, I'm a non-economist on this table. So my whole understanding is that it grew before, we just did not know until they revealed it. Yes. So it grew before, we just did not know it until they revealed it. So we can't say that does not matter.
Well,
so it's like saying, it's like my father, by the way, he's only 5 years old and he has not told me how much he's leaving for me. But let's assume I have an inheritance somewhere and I'm not aware of it. Then he dies and his will tells me I have that inheritance. I've always had that inheritance. It's not the will that told, it's just that the will revealed it.
Not necessarily, if I will come in that way. Not necessarily. Now, yes, you have the inheritance. You knew you had inheritance, but you didn't know how much you had. Now, the difference here is that something else must have happened for that inheritance to you to now be x plus 1 or x minus 1. The x is there, it's a constant. Are you going to get more than the x based on well, what we now call rebasing, something that could have happened within your family that will now make you now inherit more, or would you inherit less at the time? Exactly. So what we're seeing here is, yes, Nigerian economy is growing, and just like we identified these new sectors and these new areas that have added to our GDP. But what we now did was we tinkered with the methodology, which is this whole practice of rebasing both our CPI and GDP. And based on that, we're able to now say this is what our new what the new size of the economy is overnight, right? So
no, the size was there. It's just that it's just been revealed.
No, the size wasn't there before the exercise. It was the exercise that determined the size. Remember, at some time we were a 500 billion US dollar economy.
Yes.
Right? Now, you would have actually forecasted at the time that by 2025 we'll be 700 billion, which is only natural, right? If we're growing. However, we actually rebased and dropped from 500 to 200 and something. Now we're just hitting 300. So we're not even up to that 500 that we were before. So if you want to argue that we have actually been growing statistically, it is flawed. But in reality, we have been growing. It's just that the way we now measure growth is different.
If you measure, I don't want to start this. Let me just, we can work around this semantics. But the key point is that, and which is what I'm hearing from everyone that has presented here, what we have here is a data exercise, right? So, and the question I'm asking is that, and I'm also getting the answers, thank you very much for you Economists and Statisticians here. The MB has done the right thing in terms of whether the right standard, the right methodology, and that is correct. And that is why I think I'm going to move very quickly from this first question, because I think that is where all these methodology issues are coming out, and we won't get, I don't think our audience will really get the meat of the experience I have on this panel, and I need that experience here. So let me move straight to the policy questions, because I think that is where the issues are. So the first question, I'm going to move to you now, sir. That's Dr. Joseph. One of the things that is very, very common after rebasing, it happened in 2014, and of course that conversation has started, because I think at least 2 or 3 people mentioned it here. When it comes to debt to GDP ratio, now it's come down from 52.9 to 39.37. And the question I have here is, how does that affect debt sustainability? But obviously, before you even answer that, the way I look at Nigerian debt, or the way I assume that I would like you to look at it, is that, going back to what Dr. Amobi said, the debt yesterday was so X. Today, that debt has not changed. Whether the ratio changed or not, the volume of the debt has not changed. That's number one. Then the second point is that if you are paying back debt, you don't pay the ratio, you pay the sum you are owing. So can you please just provide my audience, around your analysis on debt sustainability, what does this rebasing show, and what do you think we should ignore, and what should we highlight? Thank you.
Yes, so thank you very much. Just before I start, I just want to say a big thank you to MBS for providing us with the rebased CPI, and most importantly, the rebased GDP. Some of us that are macroeconomists and data analysts waited for this for about 6 months since the first time we heard that it will be published online in January. But I'm happy to see this day that the data is here, and it also starts from 2019. So I think it's a very big one. I just want to say thank you. Then straight to Dr. Okiti's question in terms of
debt to GDP, right? What do we see? So as we all know, and as we said here, that so when you have a lower base, right, a lower GDP base. So first is that our debt in nominal naira terms is still the same thing, it has not changed, right? So debt to GDP is just a metric. It's one of the fiscal matrices, one of the fiscal ratios you use to, assess debt sustainability. But that's not the only key ratio, right? We have other ones. Maybe, I don't want to say too much, but you have debt service to export, debt service to revenue, and other matrices, because people have argued that it's not your stock that pays your debt, it's the revenue you get that you use to pay your debt, right? So there are a lot of arguments to that. But first is that your debt numbers has not changed, but your denominator, which is your GDP, has changed, right? So when you divide this, you will see that you have a lower ratio compared to. So Peace presented, she had 52% thereabouts with the old GDP, but with the new GDP, I think it's over around 30-something%. So what does that really mean to an average person like me, or to an analyst, right? So what people say is that it creates the opportunity for the government to borrow more. But I would like to look at it from a different perspective, right? So first, debt. Why do we need some of these things, right? It's because So to me, I think it's about recalibrating your fiscal structure first. I will go to the debt, but first you need to recalibrate your fiscal structure. Why? Because this debt that we incur is actually when you have a deficit, you get a debt to plug in some of the, maybe your revenue falls below your expenditure. But in the real sense, right, we have to look at better ways to increase your revenue generation. So domestic revenue mobilization is very, very important. I can draw how some of these sub-sectors we're looking at with the expansion, what it implies for domestic revenue mobilization, right? So that's very, very important. You must be able to increase your revenue. Sorry to say this, but I say this anywhere I go to. When you look at, I know there's this argument that, agric has increased, some of the services, we've seen increases in some of the services. When we presented, we saw trade, right? But in the real sense, to me, what matters is these sectors that we say they've increased, what is the revenue they're generating? So if you go to sectoral revenue distribution, right, you see that these big sectors, I would say they've increased. In terms of revenue, they are very small. Domestic revenue in terms of naira, they're very small, right? You see oil constituting the big part of it. I'll come back to this. Let me just.
I want you to add this one to your answer. Why are they small?
Why are they small? So there are lots of. This is a big thing. There are lots of issues on why each of these sectors are, generating low revenue. So there's this thing in Nigerian Economic Society. There's this framework we have that's called growth with debts. Growth with debts, even at the sectoral level, the sectoral aspect. Why are they small? It's very simple. Each of these sectors, they are binding constraints, binding structural constraints, which we need to unlock or remove. And some of these things could be small fixes, right, which we need to unlock or remove for you to increase revenue generation. For instance, I give you an instance. You have things like business and regulatory environment for in manufacturing, right? Agriculture, you have things like inputs. We've heard about inputs to agriculture sector. At NESG, we survey businesses every month, and what they kept telling us throughout 2024, and this corresponds with what Central Bank also published in their, in their business specification survey, is that power has been the big elephant in the room. So why are they small, right? If you're looking at value added, manufacturing companies and the likes, the cost of running you can't even compete. So that brings me to my second point. Apart from your domestic revenue, your exports, what are these sub-sectors? What did they bring in terms of FX, right? Dr. Deji talked about how we're going to increase, how you get to 1 trillion by using some calibration to say $600 or $1,000. The only way you can get to $1,000 or the likes is to bring in, your exports generation power should be large. It should be large, right? We should be able to bring in, we should bring foreign currency into the country. For instance, agriculture is not competitive. It's not competitive. We keep ranking ourselves to say, okay, good, we're the first largest in terms of GDP. But I want us to do something when you get to pick South Africa, pick Algeria, pick Egypt. Check their productivity in each of the sectors. I did a small, back of the envelope computation. South Africa is doing more than 2x of our agri productivity, output per labor. If you pick manufacturing, it's the same thing. It also contributes to your factor where you're saying, why are they small? Productivity is very, very weak, right? So there's a big, I don't want to start unpacking each of these things. I don't know if I'm able to answer your question. I'm happy to take more if you give me the time.
No, you have. Like I said, I just thought it was very important for us to move away very quickly from methodology. I think that one has been done and dusted. And even there's my first question here. So I've changed trajectory. So I'm coming to you now, Dr. Solomon. So also I'm staying on the same question, but with a different bent to it. If we know that the debt to GDP has come down, and that should not be our focus. Revenue should be our focus. Dr. Joseph has already started on that line. Why government is not able to collect as much, because there's power, there's productivity issues, and that. So if you must speak to the levers, policy levers that we are talking about here, to change the trajectory of these ratios, what will be your starting point? Or, you can, 1, 2, 3, yes, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm also appreciate the MBS before I start. We in academia, we know the value of data, and which you are doing very well in this aspect. You are assisting us. We must appreciate you. Thank you so much. Come back to the question that if to advise what is actually affecting the revenue to the government is the level of our informality. We have a very large informal sector in Nigeria, about 42.5%. Most of these revenue are not documented. There's no way government can account for most of this revenue, and this is why our revenue has become very low compared to the GDP. While GDP is growing, revenue is falling. You can see the decline in this revenue is reflecting the high level of informality in our country, and this has to be tackled. So we need to inform the policymaker, how do we formalize this informal sector? You can create an enabling environment for them, let them register themselves. We do not need to force anyone. By the time they have access to this enabling environment, you create an avenue for them to get registered and pay tax. You can see that the non-tax revenue to GDP is also declining, despite the fact that GDP is growing. Even tax income is also declining. You can see this level of informality that has really affected our economy. And if you come back to the CPI, you see that most of the time what we see on our media is core inflation rate. Core inflation, we say core inflation is now 27% because of the politics around this issue. They will not talk about the headline inflation. They will not talk about the food inflation, which is very important to the masses. So the core inflation that we talk about does not reflect the food prices, does not reflect energy cost. But we need to emphasize, and this is why we are appreciating the MBS and the CSEA for organizing this kind of sensitization, so that people will know the difference among these variables. It is very, very important. Thank you. I don't know if I answered your... Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Prof, let me come to you now, and I will look at the top area of our conversation here, which is around structural transformation, sustainable economic growth, and then development. And listening to Dr. Joseph and Dr. Solomon, and I want you to continue from that here. I am not as convinced that informality or formalizing our businesses is a silver bullet to receiving increasing government revenue. I am not very, very convinced, and I will tell you why. There are many businesses that are registered and they still do not pay taxes. There are many businesses. There are many businesses that are registered and do not pay all the taxes that they should pay. Right? There are many incomes, right? People that earn incomes and do not pay taxes. So it's very, very, sometimes, I don't want us to be lazy people, lazy analysts here, that will just group everything under informality. No, I don't think it's as simple as that. So I think there is the issue of the social contract, there is the willingness, there is processes, there is automation, there are many dimensions of it. But Prof, you've been in this environment for a long time, and you've been an advisor to all the governments that I know, whether as informal or formal. So please share your thoughts, sir. Thank you.
Very well. The base GDP that is readily mentioned has not shown that the structure of the economy has changed. Look at the developmental trajectory, where you have to move from agric mining to industry and then services. The old GDP and the base one still show that services contribute 55% to GDP, which has the first, well, be cautioned, because it shows that we were right and we haven't arrived. Because the service sector here is rudimentary, it is not linked to manufacturing. But I think it's the NSA method, where you have services in virtually all the sectors, perhaps. And my worry is that multilateral institutions are now saying that we can industrialize through services, which I disagree. Okay? You can only industrialize through manufacturing. And in our own context, you diversify away from oil, which is very clear. But the revenue issue, I want to say one or two things. First, there's the new tax law that has been signed. I think this revision shows that if the tax law is implemented properly for 2026, revenue will increase more than it's increasing now. But the increase of our revenue, in my way, is misplaced. Because revenue is increasing, what is it being used for? In the fiscal side, you look at revenue, expenditure, debt. What about the expenditure side? Are we considering that? So, for me, and as you said, I'm sorry to say that I'm not being arrogant. I've been involved in this team for a very long time. Okay? In the 90s, I was involved for 5 years writing Nigeria's budget. I was chairman of the Federal Budget Committee, Ministry of Finance, CBN Board, MPC, National Planning. My frustration is implementation lag and political will to implement some of these decisions. Okay? So revenue is increasing. What's it being used for? The political class, want of a better word, is wasting it. Some of it is used in servicing debt. And the issue of debt, theoretically, your debt is sustainable if you generate enough domestic revenue to pay the debt. Okay? Now we are paying our debt. So, sustainable. In the long term, there's a problem. Because the revenue base for now, I said I have evidence to the contrary, is more from oil exports. The oil exports, the revenue from oil, you don't control the price, you don't control the output. So it's an exogenous source of revenue. You can't use that to finance development. You see it at any point in time as a windfall, and you target projects will use that revenue.
Thank you very much, sir. For the rest of us, please, a minute each. You have the rebased GDP. You have it, everything spelled out in the rebased GDP. You have the data. If you are going to do one thing, only one thing, to transform the Nigerian economy, what will it be? Sir?
You should have asked me last.
No, we are talking about structural transformation. So
Yes.
what will it be?
Well, I'll take the position of a politician or a policymaker.
Please.
What I would do would be more around, and since you said just in one sentence, I wanted to be very careful of the words I use. Because we said everything around these numbers, they're just numerics. What is important is the political will to follow either the reform or the transformation. Because those that inform you of those reform proposals or transformative proposals are learned people, researchers, MBS, and they've done the technical side of it. If I must do one thing based on it, is to have the political will to implement the thing without bias, political bias, or the political will to go straight.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. If I have to do one thing, it will be just basic resource and asset realignment and allocation to the new sectors. For the past 30 years, 40 years, we have been diversifying, and we are fully diversified as an economy. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on this. Nigeria does not need diversification. And every time I hear that word, I cringe. Every chart and every sector picture shows that, even the one that Pete showed, every sector, even the new sectors, are part of the economy. We are so diversified. What we need now is to reallocate. Yes. The only thing oil does for us is revenue. And that's why we keep saying we have to diversify from oil. We can't diversify from oil revenue. I am happy we are getting so much in revenue from oil. The other sectors have to now get the same type of revenue also.
Absolutely.
So it is not diversification that we need. It is reallocation, both of the mindset and of our assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. I'll be very quick. For me, if I have the silver bullet, what I would do is to make our numbers, to reflect improved well-being, human well-being in this case. Because what is so dear to me is that if you pick some of these sectors and just try to check the number of people they employ, right, you will see that the number of people who employ here, they are very weak. So there are sectors with high job elasticities, right, that when you tweak the GDP, you tweak more employment. So focus on those sectors, focus on those intervening in those sectors, and ensure that, these sectors, you move up the lever to make sure that most of those sectors that can employ high number of persons, they get good income. That's the only way you help to improve well-being and to also reduce poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last person on the list. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. If to change our growth trajectory, I will focus on the industrial sector policy. We need to, there's no country that will develop the world with the industrial sector lagging behind. We can see from the new data we have, our industrial sector is lagging behind presently. By focusing on the problem, the challenges that are really affecting this sector. The electricity generation is a key problem to our industrial sector, which we need to revisit. How do we generate? You can compare Nigeria and South Africa. You can see the difference is too wide. We focus on the fight against insecurity. These are the issues that are really affecting our companies. Many of them have left the country. We are trying to bring them back. We need to fight insecurity to ensure that they are well assured that when they come back, they'll be in the good mode. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Please give a round of applause to this exchange panel. I don't think anyone has questions. I know nobody has questions. But if you ask me one question, and I will just say, is there anything I have a magic wand that I wish I can change overnight in Nigeria? It will be power. I have turned left, I have turned right, I have turned back. Is the only thing I see that would solving that power problem. We are not making progress. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Everyone is tired.
Just before we run up, we want to appreciate you. Please. Thank you very much. My name is Alessom Folonjo. I'm the head of communication and public relations, National Bureau of Statistics. To give the closing remark, having gone through the hectic day, there's a need to appreciate all of us that is here. So the Secretary General of the Federation, the Executive Director of the CSEA, distinguished panelists, esteemed participants, colleagues, and organizers. On behalf of the National Bureau of Statistics, I would like to express a heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of today's sensitization workshop. To our expert panelists, thank you for sharing your valuable insights and expertise, enriching our understanding of this critical macroeconomic indicator. To the participants, we appreciate your active engagement and thoughtful questions. Your presence and contributions have made this workshop a valuable experience. To the organizing team, we thank you for your tireless effort in planning and executing this event. Your dedications, I would say, has paid off, and we are grateful for your hard work. We are confident that the knowledge shared today will enhance the understanding and application of GDP and CPI in our work and decision-making processes. Once again, thank you all for your participation and contributions. We look forward to future collaborations and knowledge-sharing opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much to everyone. Finally, we'll just do one last group picture right here.